Please welcome to the stage the moderator, Thomas Schneider, Ambassador, Vice Director, Swiss Federal Office of Communications.
Good morning, everyone. Can you already hear me? So, we have all survived the first few days of the IGF, so there's one more to go. So, welcome to the last morning of this year's IGF, of the 20th IGF. And what a surprise we may talk about WSIS plus 20. Let me introduce our distinguished guests. We have Mr. Ekitela Lokale, one of the two co-facilitators for the WSIS plus 20 process in New York, permanent representative of Kenya to the UN. We have Ms. Suela Yanina, the second co-facilitator of the WSIS plus 20 process. She's the permanent representative of Albania to the UN. And then we have Mr. Yunhua Lee, Undersecretary General for Economic and Social Affairs. Give them a warm welcome. Thank you very much.
Because here
Thank you. Sorry, good to see you. So yeah, as I said before, we had lots of actually good and inspiring discussions on the WSIS plus 20 process, given that this is the 20th IGF and a lot has happened in the last 20 years, and there's lots of ideas around of what should be the outcome of the WSIS plus 20 process that is happening in New York. And of course, we are very happy to have the co-facilitators that have a key role in this process with us. And they had to listen to many people, or had the opportunity to listen to many people. And I guess they heard quite a diversity and a range of expectations and views from all of you. So, and of course, also Undersecretary General Yunhua Lee has had many discussions, has been listening, and the purpose of this session is to hear from them what they heard, how they see things, what are their takeaways, and then of course how are the next months gonna work. So let me turn to Mr. Yunhua Lee, UN Undersecretary General of Economic and Social Affairs. As the Secretariat of the WSIS plus 20 process, of course, you have a key role for the overall review by the UN General Assembly. Can you give us a brief background and update where we are with the process?
Well, thank you, Thomas. Good morning, everyone. First of all, let me express my sincere thanks to the co-facilitators, Ambassador of Albania and Kenya, for their amplifying their leadership for this WSIS plus 20 process. As you said, the WSIS actually started very earlier, more than 2 decades. Started from Geneva in 2003 and followed by Tunis in 2005, which actually laid a very solid foundation for WSIS. Namely, first, it's people-centered. Second, it's a development-driven. Third, it's an inclusive process. And the WSIS also created a very lasting mechanism, that is our IGF. So over the past 2 decades, we all witnessed that profound changes have taken place while we made enormous progress. But having said that, we also need to acknowledge persistent digital device, rapid rise of AI, and also the growing concern on the line, and also about the safety, internet safety and security, make a renewed dialogue, conversation essential for all of us. So this conversation to me, to the UN DESA, I guess to all stakeholders, make this WSIS Plus 20 overall review very significant. This process would end up with a high-level meeting of the United Nations General Assembly in December. And as the secretariat for this process, my department, the UN DESA, is very committed to supporting the whole process guided by the co-facilitators. I just want to highlight a few key milestones so far. First, as a first preparatory meeting and stock-taking session was conducted on May 30th at the UN headquarters. Second, a series of the stakeholder consultations, including virtual meetings, were held from 9th to 10th of June. And very remarkable and pivotal development took place on 20th of June with the publication of the WSIS Plus 20 Elements paper circulated by the co-facilitators. This document actually invites the written inputs from all stakeholders by the deadline of July 15. So that I understand that the co-facilitators also concluded a very significant consultations during the UNESCO AI and Digital Conference. Then co-facilitators will continue to engage with multi-stakeholders in coming weeks in Geneva at the WSIS Forum hosted by the ITU. So to ensure this process, very much genuine multi-stakeholder co-facilitators announced announce that we are going to launch the informal multi-stakeholder sounding board. For this board, only members from MAX and the leadership panel, those individuals with no affiliation to the government or intergovernmental organizations are eligible. So that they would reflect the voices, diverse of the voices from tech communities, from youth, and from the civil societies. So all in all those updates, documents, and opportunities, you can check on the website launched by my department recently. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so we see inclusivity is something that is taken very serious in this process. And I also thank you personally for being very committed to this principle. So now turning to our co-facilitators, what are the proposals and reflections that you've heard here this week in Oslo, in the many sessions, many discussions, and many bilateral discussions that you've had with member states and with other stakeholders? Mr. Ambassador.
Thank you, Ambassador. Let me also join Under Secretary General in thanking you and indeed the participants at the IGF. For us, it's been an enormously useful week to be here to interact with different stakeholders. We've tried as much as possible to participate in workshops which have been running. We've had many meetings with a broad range of stakeholders. We've met representatives of member states. We've met representatives of UN agencies, other stakeholders, civil society, academia, technical community, as well as the private sector. And in all those conversations, we've received very, very rich and thoughtful ideas about how we should conduct this process. We've had very, very useful and insightful proposals on the things that we need to take into consideration. One thing that has not been mistakable is the passion with which this community approaches these issues. There's not a single conversation that we had where you couldn't see the passion, the commitment, and the willingness to make their views known. So in terms of some of the concrete proposals which are coming up, we're hearing from the stakeholders, for example, the need for us to ground the WSIS Plus 20 outcome review in the original WSIS vision, that is the Geneva Declaration, Tunis Agenda, and Commitment. So I think that's one thing that a broad range of stakeholders agrees upon. The vision of a people-centered, inclusive, and development-oriented information society. So that theme ran through most of the consultations that we had. A second is that there is a clear recognition that even as we ground the review in the original WSIS vision and the Geneva and Tunis agenda or commitments, we should also reflect some of the technological advancements that have happened over the last 2 decades. For example, the advancements in the area of artificial intelligence, digital public infrastructure. There are advancements, but also risks and threats to cybersecurity and so on. So that's the second thing that we're hearing. Then the other big one is the relationship between WSIS and the Global Digital Compact. And on this one, I must say that there have been a diversity of views. What's clear to a lot of people is that we should not duplicate what is in WSIS with what is in the GDC or even the other related processes. But the views are diverse. On the one hand, for example, there are those who feel that WSIS should remain the overarching framework and that all the other proposals in the GDC be implemented under the WSIS architecture. That's one. Then there are also those who say, let the 2 processes don't duplicate, but follow what is in WSIS and let the processes under GDC run their course. So I think for my co-facilitator and I, as we continue engaging, that's one area on which we'll need to strike a careful balance. Then finally, Ambassador, is how do we treat the WSIS action lines? Again, this is another area on which we've received very diverse but thoughtful proposals. There's a proposal that we should not interfere with the WSIS action lines because in the view of those who advanced this proposal, they are wide enough. They can accommodate these emerging technologies, so there is no need to touch them. There is a school of thought that says, let's update the WSIS action lines. So by updating, of necessity, it means you have to touch them somewhat. Then there are those who say, expand the WSIS action lines. Don't add, but leave them as they are, but try to see areas where you can expand to accommodate emerging technologies as well as some of the recent developments. So as you can see, it's been a very rich menu of ideas, and again, we can't thank the stakeholders enough for the openness and the passion with which they've been able, and a few others. So perhaps I'll let my colleague also highlight some. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Thomas. Good morning, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Ambassador Locale, for capturing almost the discussions that we have heard during this week, but I wanted just to emphasize the importance of our participation here. In fact, while we have organized a roadmap for our process, it has been one of the most important stops, and it proves to be very worthy. Because during this week, we have heard very rich discussions and enlightening also for us. It's really a learning process for us to understand the spirit of WSIS and IGF that my colleague mentioned. And it has been also an inspirational week for us to keep this spirit alive, but also to try to be forward-looking for the future. Some of the elements that maybe I can add in terms of complementing what my colleague already mentioned, when we speak about the process, is the request that we have heard very oftenly, that the process is inclusive, and is our commitment to have this process with this review inclusive and forward-looking at the same time. As mentioned by USG, there has been proposals in creating this new form of communications with stakeholder community, which we are just practicing, or just, it's in a good way of being created, like the informal multi-stakeholder sounding board. We have had the requests for volunteers coming from the MAG and leadership panel, and I will take this opportunity to thank all of them that have been volunteered to be part of the sounding board. Very soon we'll need to make a selection based also on a big number of requests, but also on some criteria that we would like to see on the sounding board, like the regional, geographical presentation, but also gender presentation. So very soon you will learn who will be the ones that will be your voice in communicating with us. But I just want to make this very clear from the beginning, that the sounding board will be a practical way of listening with us, of communicating with us. But it's not closing the doors of communication, because we'll be very much committed to hear from every one of you. So please, let's use these opportunities like a kind of coordination way, that in a more practical and efficient way we can hear each other and we can represent your views in the process of that is going to take place during the next weeks and months to come. One other important element that we have noticed and have been repeatedly mentioned to us is the fact of, as we are at the IGF, the future of IGF, what format and what kind of IGF you would like to see for the next 10, 20 years, or the more extended future. And here we are really very much appreciating the fact that there are a lot of ideas coming of how IGF and WSIS in general will fit in the global digital governance. And we have heard around the fact of making extensions to the mandate of IGF, up to making it permanent. We have also heard views of rebranding the name of IGF. We have also heard views about how to strengthen the IGF in terms of including also new and emerging technologies. So these are very important and very useful ideas. Of course, we'll be in the position to hear this discussion more in detail during the coming weeks, but we have had a clear opinion where the proposals stand, and we'll be very happy to hear in the future, again for you in more detail or in concrete language, really what kind of IGF and what is the future of IGF that will fit for purpose and for the future of digital society we want. Another additional element that I would like also to emphasize at this point is the fact that we have been also asked to put our attention to capture and to reflect the diverse experiences that are coming from different stakeholders and regions and sectors at the same time. Because this can encompass different elements starting from connectivity, access, capacity building, and this is also with particular relevance to include or to make possible that developing countries have a say in this process, and this say should be meaningful, because what we are seeing also with emerging technologies is that we risk to deepen the digital divide that we are seeing nowadays. So more or less, at this stage, I would like just to have these points also as future way of having some other additional food for thought from your side and from the wider multi-stakeholder inputs, like starting it from the governments, but also from private sector, technical community, academia, civil society, youth, all valuable inputs that will come will seriously be taken into account, and we really are very grateful for this rich and very colorful proposals that we are taking during this week.
Thank you very much. So it's also good to see that both of you have felt this vibrant spirit, this passion, no matter whom you talk to, no matter from what stakeholder a person is part of, or what the region of the world. Everybody is really engaged and passionate. And I think it is also something that we realized during the discussions. WISIS is not an institution, or is less an institution. There's no house or organization. It's more of a mindset of cooperation that has different houses within it, around it. The IGF is one of the parts, together with the WISIS forum, that we will continue the discussion in 1 week in Geneva, are some of the key platforms for dialogue, for listening to each other, for having engaged debates. And so I think it is beautiful to see how you captured the spirit of this, and also how you outlined some of the hot issues that many discussions will need to be taking place in the coming months to hopefully come up with something that actually is acceptable to all and meets all expectations. I'd like to maybe also focus a little bit to see what were the elements where you felt clear convergence. What are the areas of convergence? Where do people agree that this should be done and that this should be done, or this is important or is key? Suela, what were your takeaways in terms of where does the community agree?
Thank you, Thomas, for this question, and also for highlighting a little bit earlier the kind of alliances that we are in together. And when we started this undertaking, what I was capturing like very inspiring is the fact that the community is strong, and I've been presented with WISIS community, but I should also put it like, I feel like this is WISIS family. And we're really very glad to be part of it. And sometimes where you are within family, you try to understand the best part of it, but also to speak very honestly with each other. And sometimes we have felt this kind of burden and responsibility, because the process, we need to admit, is challenging, is not among the most easiest process. Also having in mind that we are also working all together in challenging multilateral environment now. But we have been really very surprised that there are many points on which the community converges. And first of all, when we talk about principle, it is important that everyone is very cautious, and awareness is there that we need to preserve the foundation and fundamental vision of WISIS that we just delivered 20 years ago. And what USG mentioned is the vision of a people-centered, inclusive, and development-oriented information society, while at the same time addressing the new challenging elements of development of this society. So when we talk about these new and emerging technologies, we are listening repeatedly and from everyone that new emerging technologies like AI, data governance, can be fitted within the WISIS framework. So this is a good start, let's say, for taking over the next steps and the next discussion. A second point of convergence is the need for capacity building. We are hearing that very often, and this also is linked with what I mentioned before, the fact of digital divide, which we see actually in infrastructure, in skills, in governance. So all these elements need to be very clearly in our focus in order that we commit for concrete actions in order to address the digital divide. And something that I know is very sensible, but I think we need to make a clarification here, because during this week we have this sensibility on the multi-stakeholder approach, and I would like to reassure everyone that this is very central in our work, in our discussions. There is no kind of afterthought or beforethought from us as co-facilitators to walk back from the multi-stakeholder approach that has characterized WSIS, not only WSIS as a process, but has given the positive examples to other processes within UN. So multi-stakeholder approach and engagement will be central in the future negotiations that we are taking for the review of the process. And here again, another call. Let's be engaged all together to preserve what we have achieved and to be ambitious for the future.
Thank you very much, Suela. Egitela, where did you feel convergence and agreement this week?
Thank you. In addition to everything that my colleague has said, we see a desire on the part of everyone we spoke to that we should try to achieve coherence. Coherence between, WSIS, coherence with what is in the GDC. We hear over and over people saying, please don't duplicate. Try to find synergies between the two processes. So that has been a constant message that has come through across the board. The second is stakeholders are saying, don't reopen debates that we've had from 20 years ago. Don't go back 10 years ago. There are issues which, as a stakeholder community, we've discussed, we've agreed. So don't reopen those debates. There are those that we've discussed, but inconclusively, and have agreed to pack them. So that has come out quite strongly, and we've taken that point. The other is we hear people saying there are issues on which there are parallel processes happening right now. Just to give some examples, the AI, for instance, enhanced cooperation is the other one, data governance, and cybersecurity. So we hear those examples where people are saying there are processes that are underway. So let's not duplicate that by bringing those again into the WSIS Plus 20 review. But like with processes as complex as this, the devil is always in the detail. Because when we say we want coherence, what exactly are we talking about? When we say don't duplicate what is in other processes like AI, are we saying we should not touch it? Or if we do, to what extent? And so on. Then finally, this is a conversation that's happening everywhere. There is no appetite for new processes. There is no appetite for new institutions. There is no appetite for new structures. So people are saying, let's see what we have. If it's working, let's improve it and allow it to work. So those are some of the things also on which, there seems to be an emerging consensus among stakeholders. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Egitela. So there is some convergence, which of course is something that is very good. But there is also some work to be done on the issues that will be probably in the center of the discussions. Undersecretary Yuan Li, probably people are also keen, and you've explained it also already in some occasions, but it would be good to hear from you once more. What are the next steps in the WSIS Plus 20 process, and how can this multi-stakeholder dialogue most effectively contribute to a strong and inclusive outcome of the WSIS Plus 20 process in New York?
Well, thank you, Thomas. That I just now, as the two ambassadors, outlined that actually now we are entering into the second phase of this review. It is a very moment to redefine what would be the WSIS Plus 20 and the future IGF. A number of the issues have been flagged out among all the stakeholders from its mandate updating structure or framework, and also the coherence, non-duplication among the various processes. So all in all, I think that in the coming month, definitely the first thing we need to think about is how we could respond and reply to the elements paper prepared and circulated by the co-facilitators. Why is that so important? Because this element paper would serve as a basis to inform the co-facilitators to draft the zero outcome document, which is the basis for the future negotiation among the member states in Geneva and also in New York in coming October, November, and December. So that's why when we have the different perspectives, the different divergent voices from tech communities, from the civil society, from the youth, from the businesses, and also from parliament, judicial system, all those elements, all those perspectives need to be mutually accommodated and reflected in the final product. So that is why that we believe that the second phase would be the critically important to lay the foundation for this final outcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we do have a little bit of time also here to try and be inclusive. There are two microphones in the room. They are lit now, so whoever wants to react is happily invited. If you have final messages or questions, not final, but things that you would like to highlight, please take the mic and introduce yourself. Thank you.
Can I go ahead?
Go ahead,
okay,
yes.
Thank you. Hi, good morning. My name is Jaqueline Pigato. I'm with Data Privacy Brazil, civil society. I would like to emphasize that although you assure us the multi-stakeholder approaches in the negotiation process, it is important to maintain and strengthen this mechanism also in the implementation of the WSIS, as in the cooperation processes between international organizations and states. This must involve all stakeholders. There are already multi-stakeholder agreed guidelines in Net Mundial Plus 10 for this purpose, so it is important that they are mentioned in the outcome paper and effectively reflected in the implementation of both WSIS and the GDC. Regardless of the decisions made regarding this integration, I'm certain that at the next IGF we'll be discussing both processes, what needs to be done, what has worked, so that's it, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any reactions?
Yes, thank you. It was not very easy to capture everything, but I understood that the idea is on emphasizing the multi-stakeholders approach. And I mentioned in our opening remarks that this is central. And just let me clarify something regarding the elements paper. For us, Elements paper has been a starting point for triggering a discussion and for a call for inputs, a food for thought. You may call it different names, but it's important that it started a process on which we have envisaged the main principles that we capture from the consultation with member states and stakeholders. Now, the most important process that we have ahead is to present all these elements that we are getting from the discussions from here, and we are continue the discussion in Geneva a few days after. So everything will be represented in the outcome document. We are presenting, as already informed by the Undersecretary General, in the mid of August, we intend to present this first zero draft of the outcome paper. And everything that you are mentioning here will be clearly reflected there as a way of course, of compromise. But multi-stakeholder approach is something that I don't think we need to put into doubt anymore, but just we also will reflect the calls we have heard to mention all categories of the community that represent the multi-stakeholder approach. So this has been taken note and will be duly reflected.
Thank you very much. And I think the WSIS plus 20 high-level event and also the AI for Good that are happening like jointly in Geneva in 1 week's time will show that in the discussions about where we stand on the action lines, where we stand on implementing this, you will see lots of stakeholders cooperating. This is the dialogue at the, where you have a multi-stakeholder dialogue. But if you see what UNESCO is doing, what ITU is doing, what all the other UN agencies is doing, I've been in this for more than 20 years actually, since 2003. The UN agencies and the UN system has opened up its arms for cooperation quite significantly over this time, and I think, yeah, nobody questions this importance. So the gentleman over there, please, and try to speak clearly to the mic because it's not that easily hearable. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Philip Lee, I'm General Secretary of WACC, which is an international NGO that focuses on communication rights. Summit of the Future, Digital Compact, IGF, WSIS. Can we hear a little bit more about how that will all come together in a series of meaningful actions going forward? Because it seems to some of us that there are disparate parts of it, lots of different elements, it's immensely complicated. But looking ahead, how does that come together? Thank you.
Thank you. An easy question.
Well, not so easy. I alluded to that in my comments, that indeed there is an appreciation that all these processes are related. The issues that are addressed in the Pact for the Future, Global Digital Compact, the issues that we've been discussing, for example, here all week at the IGF and the WSIS, are related issues. What has come out, like I said, is a desire for us to pull all these issues together so that they can be addressed, if not in a single platform, but at least in a way that they speak to each other, in a way that we know that this issue belongs to all the platforms, yes, but it's currently being addressed under Platform 1. I think that has come out quite strongly. It might not be as easy as we have said, because remember, many of these are outcomes which were adopted. There is already a consensus. For example, the Pact for the Future was adopted by heads of state, in September. GDC, the same thing. The process that we are now managing, mandated by the General Assembly. So all these processes have their own mandates that they derive from resolutions of the General Assembly or discussions by stakeholders like ourselves in this room. But there are interesting proposals which we are beginning to hear. For example, there's a proposal that we have a joint implementation plan for the GDC and WASIS, for example. So that's an innovative idea which we are willing to put before stakeholders for further discussion and reflection. But indeed, I think there is agreement that we have to achieve, if not bringing them together, but at least some level of coherence.
Thank you very much. And I think it's a legitimate request to, in a world that gets more and more complex, more and more interdependencies, to somehow try and get an overview, and also, of course, not just to focus on dialogue, which is what the main purpose of this part of the WSIS concept is, but also to focus on action. But also there, I think it's unavoidable, given that digital has an impact on everything of our social, economic, political lives, that you will have a distributed system with thousands of actors in the end involved in actions on global, regional and national levels, and you can't even put them all in one room, because there's so many actors. But of course, the system is trying to somehow help each other, all the elements, to understand their space in the whole system. And I think the discussion on a joint implementation plan is definitely something that I think is a very useful one, because that could help to somehow help us all to gain some coherent oversight view. Thank you very much. Please.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Nigel Casimir from the Caribbean Telecommunications Union, an intergovernmental organization. Could I get some clarity on the multi-stakeholder sounding board? Is it something that one has or had to apply to join, or is it like an online space that is being opened for stakeholder comments or whatever? I'm not quite clear on how it works, or it might be intended to work. Thank you.
Thank you, Nigel.
Thank you for the question. The sounding board has been a proposal coming from some member states, but also from stakeholders. So we decided to accept this proposal and to make it known to MAG and the leadership panel. And we invited 4 volunteers to come from these 2 organs in order to fill in the places that we consider should be a contained number, like we propose 10 members from the sounding board. Indeed, there has been a deadline, which has been on Wednesday of this week, but still we are flexible if there is interest. But I need to inform you that the number of volunteers has already surpassed the number of places. So at this point, we need to make a selection, and the selection would be made fairly on basis of representation. Would like also to see different regions to be represented on the sounding board, but also would like to see women represented on the sounding board. So I would encourage you, if there is interest, please present your requests, and then very soon we'll make it known who will be the members that will be part of the sounding board. But again, I would like to emphasize the fact that by creating the sounding board, there was not closing the door to any one of you who would like to approach us to make any proposal or contribution. Indeed, also for the elements paper, there is a deadline on 15th of July to present written inputs, but we are really very flexible. Our aim is to get a broad a spectrum of inputs and ideas and comments and advices. So you are very kindly invited to do so in all ways that you pertain more practical and more efficient to you.
Yeah, just a supplementary remarks to the ambassador. For this sounding board, it's a newly launched mechanism. Of course, it should be balanced to provide professional advisors to the co-facilitators with the balanced composition. But more importantly, as far as I can see, all the stakeholders, if you have a very specific proposal, perspectives, even concerns about all the multi-linked sectors, then please come up with your written response to the elements paper, so that in that sense, it can be more adequately reflected in the zero draft.
Yes, and I think it's important to note that this is just one additional informal channel and that has been proposed and requested, and thanks for accepting this. It will not replace any of the other channels. So, and as the Undersecretary General has said, of course, written responses help, yeah, I think it's just one more way. So please go ahead.
Hi, good morning. My name is Konstantinos Komaitis, and I am a resident senior fellow with the Democracy and Tech Initiative at the Atlantic Council. I would really like to express my and our appreciation to both of you ambassadors for being here and listening in and taking notes. I had the honor of really chairing and moderating the session, and the queues, as you have seen, were quite long. I think the big challenge now is how you take on all these comments and incorporate them into the WSIS process. And I would like really to encourage you, as you mentioned in our session, to hold a joint session between governments and non-government stakeholders so we can exchange the views in a more constructive and direct manner. Thank you so very much for being here.
Thank you, Konstantinos.
Thank you. I think the suggestion to hold a joint consultation session between member states and stakeholders is one that we welcome. We already indicated our willingness to pursue this. So we are looking at the possibility of end of July to be able to organize that. But this will be done in consultation. Of course, we'll get the advice from the Secretariat, and it's good that the Undersecretary General is here on the possibility of hosting that, but we think it's one of those things that will give true meaning to multi-stakeholder engagement in this process. So we will try to pursue it and hope that it works, because it will be a very, very useful step. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
One more
Yes,
element. The second preparatory consultation or the preparatory meeting is tentatively scheduled in mid-October, so including the multi-stakeholder consultations.
Thank you for this information. So note this down in your calendars. That's going to be something in mid-October. Please, Bertrand.
Good morning. My name is Bertrand de la Chapelle. I'm the Executive Director of the Internet and Jurisdiction Policy Network. Quickly cannot support more what Konstantinos was saying. It is absolutely essential for this process that governments and the other stakeholders have the capacity to be in the same room and hear each other. And if you can make that happen, it would be a real progress. Quickly, this meeting in Norway, and I've participated in the IGF basically since the first one in 2006, is clearly highlighting an awareness that is growing on what is the role of the IGF in the governance process, which is to do the agenda setting and the issue framing. I had the comment yesterday in the session with the leadership panel that in a certain way the IGF is a sandbox process for the multilateral environment. It is a way to alleviate some of the constraints regarding the participation of non-governmental stakeholders. It's a way to experiment and also to alleviate the constraints for putting something on the agenda. You all know how difficult it is sometimes to put a new topic on the agenda of a multilateral process because you need the agreement of all actors. The IGF is this exploratory space that allows to put agenda items early on and save at least 3 or 4 years in addressing them. The second thing is Ambassador Janina was kind enough to list 3 elements regarding the future of the IGF: the extension of the mandate, the renaming, and the strengthening. I would like to suggest that in the strengthening, there are 2 aspects. One is the revision and evolution of the mandate in light of the new topics that have happened and the clarification of the role of the IGF. And the second element is, and I would pick the expression that was used by Maria Fernanda Garza, who was a member of the leadership panel, which is the organizational evolution of the IGF. How to make sure that from the building blocks that we already have, we build an institution that is functioning even better than it is functioning today, because it has an enormous potential. And the last point is, in order to do so, those 2 points will not be addressed before December in depth, and there will be no agreement there. I strongly believe that we should take inspiration from the Working Group on Internet Governance procedure that was adopted during the WSIS that led to the creation of the IGF, and that in some shape or form, we would have in 2026 a truly multi-stakeholder group that would address those 2 issues and make proposals for the next stage of the IGF, a sort of constitutional moment, if you want. Thank you.
Should we take, we have 4 people, should we take maybe another intervention and then yes, please, Markus.
I'm Markus Kummer, I'm a WSIS veteran. I chaired various negotiating groups in Geneva in 2003 in the final phase of the summit. And then, at the request of member states, I had to send out non-governmental stakeholders from the room. We have come a long way since, and I would like to thank the co-facilitators for their commitment to a multi-stakeholder approach.
Thank you.
No, hang on. The point I was going to make was, and I had the pleasure of making it when we had a bilateral with the dynamic coalitions and both co-facilitators, express my hope that the zero draft will reflect the fact that the IGF is more than just an annual meeting. It's a process with many intersessional activities, and the importance of the NRIs could not be overemphasized. Also, the dynamic coalitions make tangible contributions to the IGF. Thank you.
Thank you to both of you also for highlighting that it's not just a one-off event. The policy networks, dynamic coalitions, so this, and so on and so forth, that have been not asked for in a UN resolution. They just have emerged because people wanted to continue the discussion and they wanted to turn the discussion into action, so people have started to organize themselves. And what Bertra said was also very important, so let me give you a quick
Indeed, these are not points of questions or discussions. These are really points that we need to take note and to reflect, because I think in almost of them we all agree. So if I turn to the points that Bernard already mentioned, like the role of IGF, it's already there. Everyone accepts it, that IGF has proven itself to be very valuable and unsustainable instrument on the digital governance. When it comes to models you are advising, like the working group of internet, will look on this practice. And when it comes to the importance of all these messages you are giving, because these come from your own practice, and I like this word of IGF, which is veterans. We really need to be based on what we have achieved up to now, and the know-how and the experience you have is really very valuable on that. The role of national institutions, that's all that what we are hearing, and we are taking note of that, are really invaluable inputs that for us there is no need to discuss, I think, Thomas, on that. Just we take note, and you'll see them reflected in the future documents that we are going to produce.
Thank you very much. So let's take the final 3 requests. Anna, please.
Thank you. I'm Ana Neves from Portugal, and I would like to emphasize 4 points. My first one is about the national and regional initiatives. They are very important. We have 167, I think, national and regional initiatives, but the governments normally are not part of these national and regional initiatives, and so I really hope that all this process will give more strength and will maybe institutionalize these NRIs. Second, there is a statement which is the multi-stakeholder São Paulo guidelines. These São Paulo multi-stakeholder guidelines are very interesting because they propose steps to make the multilateral process more interesting if you use the São Paulo guidelines. So they are steps, they are clearly demonstrating how to make the multilateral process more multi-stakeholder. So I think that to raise the flag about the importance of this document. My number 3 is about a clear mandate on who is doing what. So nowadays we have in the UN family a lot of duplications. So I hope that from all these exercise that will end in December, we will have a clear picture on who is doing what. And finally, I would like to be very ambitious and to ask for the future of the IGF to get the relevance and impact of the World Economic Forum, for instance. So this should be, I think, our ambition, and to make a really forum where the heads of state, ministers, and all the other key stakeholders will be engaged. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go immediately to the other side. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Esther Yaromitsky, UK government. Thank you so much to the COFAX for being here. We really appreciate your time. We wanted to highlight that the UK government is actively engaging in lots of regional and national IGFs. For example, our team attended the Africa IGF this year, as well as EuroDIG, which was hosted at the Council of Europe this year. And similarly to what our colleague Anna mentioned, we think that the role that regional and local IGFs play in the system of internet governance and WSIS needs to really be discussed, because it is really important. There are actually 176 IGFs at the moment. They are national, they're regional, there's youth IGFs, and the value we see in them is that they bring together stakeholders at the national, at the local, at regional levels. And this is a platform that is very unique because it provides the voices to be heard. So we really would like to see stronger links between local and regional IGFs, and as well as the annual IGF where we are today. And we hope that we can use this WSIS review to really strengthen their role. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Christina.
Yes, good morning. My name is Christina Alida. I am with the Egyptian government, and I would like to thank the co-facilitators for being here through the week and listening to the IGF community. I cannot re-emphasize more how it's important to be sitting in a multi-stakeholder format and listening. I think we've come this long way, like Marcus was saying. I'm presuming the sounding board consists of stakeholders that are not governments. I think the importance is to have a platform and a way where we're going to discuss the different versions in a multi-stakeholder format, not only governments alone and the sounding board alone. Having said that, I would appreciate if we can see the consultations that will happen through the coming month take place in days of the week that are not weekends in parts of the world. Most consultations in the past have been on Fridays. Fridays are weekend in the place where I come from. So it would be good to have them at a time where actual stakeholders can participate. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much. Our time is almost up, but of course I want to give you the floor. I think we've heard so much. There has been so much talk. What is the key in one sentence or two sentences? What is your key takeaways after also this session? Gitela.
Thank you, Thomas. And first, let me say how grateful we are to this community here for sharing with us freely your thoughts about how we should conduct the WSIS Plus 20 review. I think it was important that we came here and spent the amount of time that we've spent, because then it makes the documents that we are going to produce even richer than they were going to be had we not come. So we are grateful for that. Second is to give you our commitment that we committed to run an open, transparent, inclusive review process. We will endeavor, as we've tried to do up to this point, to provide avenues for all of you to give your inputs into this process. As all of us know, for a complex process of this nature, of course, not everything that we would like to be reflected will be reflected, because there are going to be as many opinions as there are stakeholders. But our job will be to reflect as many of those as possible, those that are shared by stakeholders. Finally, we leave our channels open. We've given out our cards. We ran out of them, I think, by day 2. But you know how to reach us through the Secretariat. Ambassador Yanina and I are available whenever you have any idea. Please let us know. Invite us to your platforms. If we're able to come, we will make a point of coming. If not, we'll participate remotely. So let's keep this conversation going. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Suela.
Thank you, Thomas. And just to join my colleague in expressing the gratitude for the richness and all the elements that you have put forward for our consideration. We are seriously and very much committed to analyze everything and to be very open and transparent in this process. What we'll take from this week here at the IGF is the commitment to preserve the WSIS spirit and to be ambitious to adapt it to the new digital world we are living. So my last call will be, let's be actively all engaged, because WSIS belongs to everyone. No one can consider ownership over the process. So by being collectively engaged and in a collegial spirit, we believe that we can conduct successful negotiations and have an outcome process and document that will be fit for the future and the digital world that we would like to together build, for not only for this generation, but for the next one as well.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Under Secretary General Yun Malik.
Well, thank you, Thomas. And I think we have a very meaningful and rich discussion over the past several days. We actually shared a very common aspirations to have a better delivered WSIS Plus 20 review. So I think the inclusivity actually generated more complementarity through this open and transparent process. So as a Secretariat, we are very committed to provide all that we can do to support this process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So with this, that's the end of the first half of the session. I'm going to hand over to my co-pilot, Jorge, that you also know. Thank you very much for the attention. Thank you for the interaction. A big thanks to our important guests, and I wish you good luck for the hard but great work that you will be doing in the coming weeks and months. Thank you.
We also need WSIS action line reviewed there. That's part of our expectation. Another thing you can see coming out from WSIS is the UNGIS, where you have about 20 United Nations organizations coming together and exchanging best practices and review things and shaping policy with regard to digital technology. And there's something that many people don't mention, but Ambassador Lokale mentioned it briefly, and that's enhanced cooperation. Okay, we see the successful IANA transition. We see that we all of us, the global community, we are responsible, even for what President Curtis mentioned. We are all responsible for making sure that our internet is trustworthy, and that's the major outcome of WSIS, really, and for us in the developing countries. And last month, I was at CSTD, and I was really pleased to see that enhanced cooperation at work, where government, they do their things, coming up with policy, in the presence of even all of us, the stakeholders, the private sector, the civil society, and we're given privilege to even raise our voices and have fluid discussion. And I also see that the government could vote based on issues, and which is enhanced cooperation, basically. So WSIS has really become that real omnibus foundation for the digital society. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jameson, and especially for underscoring how WSIS has brought also this idea of dialogue and togetherness to the national and the regional level. And now to finalize this question, we have Fabrizia Benini.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So the European Commission and its member states is extremely attached to the WSIS process. To do that, and to contribute to the negotiations that will take place, we adopted a common position that was well discussed and endorsed by our Council. And in preparing that, we looked at the contribution of WSIS up to today, the subject of your question. And it is undoubtedly that it has given the possibility to have a conversation, a global conversation amongst everyone about the tenets of the problems, the challenges, and the opportunities of digitization. And it is a conversation in the multi-stakeholder format that involves, as you know, academia, private sector, governments, and the tech community. And because those voices are different, it is a challenging conversation. It is not an easy process, but it is a process that is precious to uphold and precious to go forward. Now, it can be improved, and we hope it will, especially to make it more inclusive and very engaging to the young people. We own that, to them, and because we are discussing what will impact their future. But this conversation has also had results. We've seen a contribution, a notable contribution to reducing the digital divide. Again, it still exists. But connectivity is better, skills are better, people are more empowered. Looking forward, we must make sure that the new technologies, we continue to have the conversation about the potency of the new technologies, the impact it will have, it has already had. I had the privilege of being with the minister in a panel about the impact on children as regards the use of social media. All these things merit attention, attention and action. And perhaps the one important issue is the IGF. We are here today. We have a place. The conversation has got a home. And this home needs to be permanent. It needs to be reinforced. It needs to be efficient. Because this conversation needs to continue having human rights as its center, having the human as its center, to see that digitization benefits us all.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Fabrizia. And this is a perfect segue to the second question, because you are already addressing some of the challenges, and that sometimes it's not an easy conversation, of course. So the second question is, what emerging digital trends present the most pressing opportunities, but also challenges in updating the WSIS framework for the next decade or decades? And we will start with you, Baroness Jones.
Thank you. And I think we can all agree that the digital landscape is becoming increasingly complex. And it's increasingly difficult for public policy makers and other stakeholders to navigate that new world, which is why I think WSIS is playing or will play an increasingly important role in the future, providing a joined-up framework to allow some of the discussions we've already been having to continue in an effective way. I would say that we need to avoid duplication and genuinely ensure that stakeholders from every part of the globe are part of that ongoing discussion in the future. The UK wants to see WSIS 20, the WSIS 20 review being future-focused, recognising the future challenges. In connecting the unconnected, we need to use that as an opportunity to bring forward new investment, which can help some of our developing nations have the full opportunities that many others have. And that means looking at affordability, it means looking at innovative solutions such as community networks and encouraging digital content in local languages. The gender divide remains a huge challenge for us. Globally, there were 244 million more men than women using the internet in 2023. So we would like to see a strengthened role for UN Women and for us to work with them to address those issues in the future. We want to see a more formal role for the UN OHCHR in the WSIS process, raising the whole issue of human rights in the information society, which is becoming increasingly prominent, and a greater role for UNESCO's work, protecting journalists and tackling the damaging effects of internet shutdowns. For example, the UN's proud to have led the Freedom Online Coalition efforts to tackle internet shutdowns. And I'd like to highlight the FOC's statement on internet shutdowns during conflict, which has been launched today. Another issue we need to address is the environmental impact of information and communication technologies and all of the global greenhouse gas emissions that challenge raises. We need global solutions to address that. So strengthening partnership through WSIS, we believe, will give us an effective platform to tackle those challenges and make sure that everybody benefits. But I think the key message here is we can't be complacent. We have a lot to be proud of, but also we need to challenge ourselves and look genuinely at the new challenges and how WSIS can really, really step up and play an increasingly leadership role to make sure that everybody shares in the potential that we have for the future.
Hear, hear. Thank you so much for that. And I think you mentioned community networks. It's important to highlight the important work that was done in this community on that matter in the Best Practice Forum on Connectivity. So there's a lot more to do, but we are eager to hear your views. Minister Tong.
Thank you, and thank you, Baroness, for the points that you made out. At IGF, the governance of internet is at its core, but I think we've seen during the last couple of days that there has been several different topics regarding internet and digitalizations, from subsea cables until protecting children and so forth. So I think it's really important that we continue to have this broad perspective, even though the governance of internet is and should be at the core of both the WSIS process, but also the IGF. And I want to point out something about the action lines as well, because they are broad, they are tech neutral. I believe that is important because we don't know what kind of technology that hits us tomorrow. We are now discussing a lot about artificial intelligence, but also quantum, for instance, or other things will come in the future. So I think it's important that we have the action actually lined out in a way that we are able to take this continuously new discussions on the inside, for one thing. But I think there are some areas that we could implement also in the perspectives of the action line, and number one is already one I mentioned. artificial intelligence, it will impact our societies very broadly. It is a tool for solving some of the huge societal challenges that we are facing right now. I really believe it is a tool for dividing the digital gap. It is a tool for doing a lot of things. However, it comes with huge ethical aspects as well. And being able to have this international discussion, a discussion about the ethical implication of the technology, I believe that is one area that we could look further into when it comes to the action lines as well. Another thing, data governance, because data is feeding the artificial intelligence as well. And it is a fundament for artificial intelligence to be a real tool to use in the years to come. So I think we should have a look at data governance more thoroughly when it comes to open data, personal privacy, data sharing, and so forth, because also this is ethical discussion. It affects humans. And last but not least, I also want to raise a personal issue for me, but an issue I know many people, parents, kids, are concerned about, and that is the internet-based platforms. They have many positive effects for connecting people, closing the digital divide. But as we discussed also yesterday, the tech companies or the platform, they are powerful. Harmful algorithms. Our kids are screaming for help because they having trouble with sleep, with health issues, body issues, and so forth because of this algorithm. So we have to work together, both the governments, the civil society, but also the tech companies, to tackle these challenges that hits our kids. So that is kind of 3 examples where I could see we could have discussions in the future also for IGF and the business process.
Thank you so much, Minister Tung. And as a parent, I completely relate to that. And if we think about it, social media, our algorithms are the basis for platforms. Platforms only work with data, and data is only made available through artificial intelligence, and you cannot have that without connectivity. That's why we discuss all these topics here at the IGF and why it's so important to continue this conversation. Jimson.
Thank you, George. The WSIS action lines, they are really still very, very relevant to address any emerging issues. And for that matter, emerging issues like artificial intelligence, data governance, information integrity, digital public infrastructure, digital public goods, etc., etc. Even many more will still emerge. But from a very closer and constructive examination, the 11 WSIS action line covered anything that could come up, at least from my perspective. If you look at data, which is the king right now, which is foundation, data is addressed under access to information and knowledge, action line C2. AI itself, which is an application, to be frank, is an application, is addressed under action line C7. It's also addressed under the ethics C8, and it was C10 in terms of local content, diversity, linguistic diversity, and so on and so forth. So basically, we don't really need to make significant changes at all. We just need to contextualize anything that will come up. Cybersecurity is already there in terms of security and trust. And we also need to deepen the discussion, connecting it to the NRIs, and ensure that we cover the broad action line topics, as I mentioned earlier, in those evolving NRIs. In fact, from the information I got, some people are actually talking about even subnational NIRs, because at the subnational level, there are issues. So we are encouraging them, okay, discuss all this at a local level, because what we are looking at is truly information society. So we don't really need any new structural changes. Let's sustain what we have. The IGF is brilliant. Let's bring in the Sao Paulo multi-stakeholder guideline. Let's do it better. And as such, we can tackle any emerging challenges appropriately. Thank you.
Thank you, Jimson. And this is a thought that we've heard many times over during this week, that WSIS, and especially the action lines, have this technological neutrality. Somebody said they are technologically agnostic, and that means that they are open to many of these new developments. But of course, we need to contextualize them, what a difficult word, to the new realities and to adapt the work we do here, but also the UN agencies do. And this brings me also to a question about the question how the UN agencies and all the stakeholders work together. And the third question, which is, what strategic updates must the WSIS Plus 20 review consider within the WSIS architecture, the different component parts of WSIS, including the IGF, of course, to better address these pressing, emerging governance challenges? And I will start with you, Curtis.
Thank you. So, WSIS Plus 20 is really a test of whether we still value global coordination over institutional control. And the IGF's strength lies in what it enables, the open engagement across stakeholder groups without the pressure to negotiate or formalize the outcomes as binding declarations. And that flexibility is really a strength, it's not a weakness. It's precisely what makes the IGF an effective incubator for ideas and a catalyst for a lot of the cooperation. It provides a space, a real physical protected space for governments, civil society, businesses, and the technical community to confront the shared problems without needing to reach a forced consensus, but to engage and share ideas. And there is growing fragmentation, and this IGF's open architecture really remains one of the few global platforms that are capable of holding cooperation together in that dialogue and through that discussion. But providing a space alone isn't enough. We also, from ICANN, we helped create a paper called The IGF We Want, that outlined some of the steps of what we think that a future IGF could look like. And it must be properly resourced, anchored in the WSIS frameworks, and to be strengthened to continue to play this important role as the neutral collaborative forum and supporting this open multi-stakeholder format. And as part of that, we also believe that we should strengthen the output. We heard Minister Chung say this morning. We can have a strengthened output. We can also potentially use the IGF mandate to report to General Assembly. But there should be more output coming out of the IGF as a summary of all the phenomenal, fantastic work that's been going on here for 20 years. And all the successes we have achieved over 20 years, and we, together with ISOC, produced a paper called The Footprints of 20 Years of the IGF that actually highlights a lot of these successes that has happened, as we heard, the IXPs that have grown phenomenally in Africa, and a lot of other work that's been discussed here at the IGF. And strengthening the output and having the IGF, the multi-stakeholder model, reinforced and properly resourced is really the same model that we have been supporting globally, including our long-standing engagement with the network of the national and regional IGFs that I mentioned before, something I again want to reiterate that we shouldn't forget in this. And this is really the model that the IGF reflects, the stakeholder-led coordination built on trust and practical outcomes. And if we replace this model with something that's more rigid or politicized, we risk losing one of these few global spaces where we can have this meaningful digital cooperation, and it can still happen.
Thank you so much, Curtis. And dialogue is definitely not a bug, but a feature of this space, and it should permeate the rest of the WSIS framework, I understand. But let's go to Fabrizia.
So when we think about strategic updates, I think we need to think about the changing environment in the last 20 years. What we've seen is that the internet and the digital services and have permeated just about each and every of our actions. Now, there's not an even use of that throughout the world, but the extent to which digital interactions can touch each most intimate part of our lives makes it absolutely important that we safeguard what we already have. We have a multi-stakeholder model that is difficult, and it is absolutely key not to be complacent, to reinforce it, to revitalize it, to make it really participatory, to shy away very strongly against any temptation of internet shutdowns, any temptation of fragmentation, and to keep the internet really as a global open space that is accessible to all. Now, through the good work of ICANN, we know the architecture is robust, but we must ask ourselves the question, will it be robust in face of the new technologies? Will the governance model hold? And this is what we did in Brussels. We held a conference on the governance of Web.4, the future, what is not yet here. But what is it that we need to be aware? Keeping our foundation multi-stakeholder model, keeping our governance, but adapting it, protecting it to make sure that it continues to really to serve all.
Thank you so much, Fabrizia, for referring to this need to update and to adapt to new challenges like the metaverse, this very important conference you organized a couple of months ago, right? So that is something that definitely has to feed in also at the global level here in the IGF. And we are getting closer to the end of the panel section, but we still have one question, which is our fourth question. What are the concrete ways WSIS and indeed the IGF can better integrate the implementation of the Global Digital Compact and also align with the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda to achieve the governance coherence and in the end not leaving anyone behind and making information society for all. And here we will have all of you again taking the floor, starting with you, Minister Tong.
Thank you. I think it is important that we are building on the fundamentals from WSIS because we've seen that there has been tendency to do parallel processes, and we should avoid this also because it is an issue of capacity to be a part of different processes going on at the same time about the same thing. I believe that the WSIS should be the lead process for digital cooperation, where the GDC can be connected more towards and implemented together with the WSIS process as well. And that believes, or that means that the things that we already do, the activities that already is being done, like the IGF, the best practice forums, the dynamic coalition, we can continue to do this, but be better implemented so that we don't have these parallel processes. And at the same time, doing WSIS and IGF, talking about the governance of internet, we also have been talking about digital cooperation. And the agenda on the IGF meetings and WSIS forum, they have always covered different topics within the governance of internet and digital services, all from infrastructure to applications and so forth. So I think we already here see that there are some overlap between the GDC and WSIS, and it's necessary that we are better able to coordinate and integrate these processes that are going on. I mentioned earlier also that I think it's important that we are able to communicate better the results and the messages that come out from IGF, so that we can better use it for policy making and so forth, but also that we use the IGF meetings, the experts and the expertise, the knowledge and experiences that we got from the IGF common meetings, but also the networks from IGF, that we can canalize these results, these messages better into the UN systems, so that we are actually better coordinated as well. And to do this, I think it's important that we strengthen the IGF. For Norway, it is important that we are able to give IGF a permanent mandate. That is a key priority, so that it's more predictable and more complementary on the existing structures that we already have. So permanent mandate is one thing. The other thing, that a permanent or a strengthened mandate also demands more predictable funding, which has been an issue for several years, really. But funding is really important, so that we are able to keep up this good work, these good meetings, these good processes, for the good of the world, for the good of the citizens, that is human-based, that is based on human rights, that are open, that are free, that are democratic. So better coordination, strengthen and permanent mandate is my key takeaways.
Thank you so much. And better coordination, integration, and communication amongst all the pieces of the WIS architecture. I take that away from your intervention as well. Now we have Jimson.
Yeah, thank you. I actually mentioned earlier that the WIS is like the parent structure. We must commend our head of states in 2003, 2005 for that agreement, and all the people that worked, because it was really all encompassing. And talking about the link between WISIS, GDC, and of course IGF and SDG 2030, I will underscore again that GDC is an offshoot of WISIS. Because we had the Enhanced Cooperation Working Group 2018, and in January we concluded, although there was no 100% consensus, but we had majority agreement. And because we did not have 100% consensus, the Secretary General launched the high-level panel on digital cooperation with Belinda and Alibaba as co-chair. And then there are a lot of processes that led to the Summit of the Future. So, and then Global Digital Compact. So indeed, they are interwoven. But by the way, as I mentioned earlier, Enhanced Cooperation ICIL is already operational in CSTD, working pretty well. So the outcome of GDC can easily be intertwined with WISIS, because they have the same kind of objective, but also enhance the realization of the Sustainable Development Goal. How do we implement this? IGF is a beautiful forum wherein we can always analyze those themes, especially the themes from GDC. We can look at it, map it. There's already some form of mapping. We can still go ahead and map to KPI in terms of what we need to achieve by the 2030. So we already have the platform. We have the structure. IGF, everybody can come in and bring in what they're doing. But I will emphasize, as I mentioned earlier, we need to encourage our countries to deepen this dialogue with their Sustainable Development Goal offices, because we cannot be discussing at the top level, and at the grassroots, nothing much is happening. So we encourage our countries to take this dialogue seriously, the WISIS action line discussion, the GDC objectives of 1 to 5, and of course, the SDG, mapping them as measuring progress. By so doing, we can really easily see where we are, measure where we are as we approach the year 2030. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jimson, for reminding us that the GDC is part of the WISIS family, and as a good, well-functioning family, we should all communicate with each other. Now, Baroness Jones.
Thank you. It's understandable, I think, that increasing parts of the UN are beginning to address the challenges of digital technology, because it's, as we've been discussing, affecting so many parts of our lives now. But whilst it does that, and it's quite understandable it does, I think we need to make sure that that doesn't result in fragmentation and duplication, and that's the real challenge I think we are dealing with here. The fact is that WSIS, our multi-stakeholder engagement, is a very unique in this experience, and I think that's one of our great strengths, and we need to make sure that that is the basis on which the work goes forward, so that that wonderful partnership that we've been developing can endure. And we also think that there's a role for the UN interagency coordination through the UN Group on the Information Society. Having said that, the Global Digital Compact, agreed last year at the UN, was a great achievement, and it does give us a good basis to go forward with the WSIS review. So we want to now use the review to ensure that the GDC is perhaps integrated more into the WSIS processes going forward, so that we don't have that duplication that is a concern, and we can promote alignment a lot more easily through the UN system. We were pleased that in April the UN Commission for Science and Technology for Development supported this approach, and the Office for Digital and Emerging Technologies can play its part in supporting coordination amongst UN partners, making sure that there is that coherence that we can all identify as necessary. We also think that the review of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda will be a critical milestone in ensuring that the full potential of that information and communication technologies reaches out to all and is part of our sustainable community development. We believe in all of that, the IGF can play an important role, and giving it a permanent mandate, which is one of our themes this morning, I think is absolutely critical for that. And we also see going forward that there is a greater role for national and regional IGFs to play, to make sure that we build on the model that we can prove works. So promoting more community voices, making sure that they feed into the ultimate UN processes, I think is really important. Those are the sorts of ways that we think we can move forward, but the key message for us is streamline as much as we can, use the model that we have here that we think works, but understand that the UN will want to take big global strategic decisions on these issues.
Thank you so much, Baroness Jones. No fragmentation, no duplication, but integration. Curtis, do you agree?
Yes, absolutely. I think that looking at the GDCs and the SDGs, I think the implementation of this begins really with the infrastructure layer, and the infrastructure begins with the coordination. At ICANN, our mission is very technical. But our impact is very foundational. It's what enables everything else. We manage the unique identifiers that allow the internet to function as one unified network that enables everything from e-commerce to emergency alerts to digital government services, and at scale. And at ICANN, we work very much on contributing to internet resiliency by coordinating these technical identifiers to ensure that we have a globally interoperable internet. But beyond that, we also work to, for example, to the Coalition for Digital Africa, something that we initiated. And through this, we are supporting the deployment of additional infrastructure in underserved regions, for example, to the root servers. We work on capacity building efforts on deploying more DNSSEC that will make the internet more secure and robust. And beyond that, we work a lot of on what's called universal acceptance through academia. And we're not just advocating for universal acceptance. Universal acceptance is the availability of the internet in scripts and languages that are non-Latin based, which is a very important part of making the internet accessible. And we're working actively both on technical readiness work, but also building local capacity development and global partnerships to further this work. And through the Coalition for Digital Africa, we have worked through the Association of African Universities to develop advanced multilingual access in academia institutions on that continent and help them develop courses and curriculums to further develop this and enhance the awareness and development of universal acceptance initiatives. And this is really important, we believe. And these are just some examples of what meaningful access looks like, so strengthening the infrastructure, making it available in local languages and scripts. And here the IGF really has a role to play as the connectivity tissue between these efforts and the global development goals, practical implementations, the sustainable development goals and practical implementation, and also with the business action lines. And these work really support both the business action lines, the multiple of the SDGs, and they are overlapping. We have the matrix that shows how these tie together. For example, on resilient infrastructure, quality education to multilingual access, reducing inequalities, those are all supported through this work. And business and the IGF can much better work on integrating this, as we just mentioned, I completely agree with this, by surfacing and scaling these efforts and implementation to raise awarenesses. And this really means that we need to elevate the IGF, as I said before. We shouldn't bypass it, we should invest in it. We should really not try to duplicate and replicate it, as the Baroness just said. I completely agree with that. So really protect this work that's ongoing and protecting the single interoperable core from fragmentation, both on a technical level, but also on the institutional level, as we just talked about.
Thank you, Curtis, and thank you for highlighting all that very practical work on the ground and relating it to the IGF, and I like that metaphor very much as a connecting tissue, because that also, I think, is a challenge for us to imagine the new ways of cooperation and coordination, of collaboration and communication we need to really make it even more efficient, working more effectively to achieve the goals. Fabrizia, what is your take?
So, like other speakers before me, one of our tenets in the strong support that we have for the WISES process is that we need to avoid duplication. We need to increase synergies that need to be mutually reinforcing. So these are very good words, but how is it that we go about that? Well, our approach is to propose a roadmap system. We've seen that work has already been done in the past years to map the GDC, the SDGs and the WISES action lines. We've seen recently the STD busy on that, incorporating also the GDC commitments. So we think that there is room for the action line facilitators, together with the relevant bodies in the UN that can contribute meaningfully, to set out actionable roadmaps that will track the implementation and the progress, starting from the WISES action lines, the SDG goals, and the GDC commitments, so that we are able to have a clear understanding of where we are, a clear understanding of what needs to be done, and therefore take the action in the appropriate fora to make sure that those gaps are filled. But unless there is clarity as to where we are, we can't coordinate well. So that would be our proposal.
Thank you so much for that refreshing intervention, bringing us from principles, which are very, very important, to very actionable proposals, and a proposal that resonates a lot with what has been discussed this week in the session we had before with the co-facilitators, co-facilitator Ambassador Ekitele from Kenya already mentioned that this idea of a joint implementation roadmap, of roadmaps based on the action lines and integrating the work, is something they will definitely consider and put to the discussion of stakeholders and member states. So that's a really good outcome of this week, for instance, of discussions. But before we congratulate ourselves, I think now it's the time to enter into interaction with our public, and we can change to the next segment of this session, and we will have 2 minutes in addition for that. There are 2 microphones. Now they are getting highlighted. This is great for somebody so short-sighted like myself. Please get on the row if you have any question, any message you want to share with this panel, with the rest of the audience. Please keep it short and sweet, a maximum of 2 minutes per intervention. And please introduce yourself. And from time to time, I don't know if she might be highlighted as well, our online moderator will look whether we have interventions from the online world. So I'll start with the left. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you. I will be speaking Spanish. Una de las cosas.
These have been very interesting things that have been said.
Devices, that would be helpful. I understand Spanish, so I don't have to.
I understand Spanish, so then you can take this one.
Yeah, and maybe I can help in the translation if somebody doesn't get it.
Ready?
So I think
Gracias. Eric Iriarte.
Yo soy del Perú. Qué bueno poder, how nice to be able to speak in my own language. Because we are a linguistic diversity, with cultural diversity, and in different countries, we've talked about this content and the use of technologies. It's not the same just legislate on technology as about the construction of the technology. What we're using is technology which is produced elsewhere under other rules. In the past 20 years, lots of discussion have been about how do we regulate something that we do not control because it's not part of our legislation. Taxes, for example, content control. We've tried to focus on that in different ways, controlling content to avoid abuse, trying to connect everyone, then everyone's to have the last say in the systems. We see that in our countries as well. Technology, particularly after the pandemic, have become increasingly relevant. How can we preach to those who are already converts? We have to bring them to the table. For years, we've said that we're part of the technological community, but they have general science, to put it that way. We have to take all of this out of the IGF to other places. When we enter into discussions in parliaments on legislation, for example, on bullying women, then the focus is completely different than the digital topics. And it's very difficult to regulate the platforms. This is a very relevant discussion, and it should be taken to the next level. So the first thing we have to do is to bring to the table the players who are not us. Preach to the converts. It's not relevant. We know this. We can work together. But if we don't bring the others in level the advocacy in our own countries, we can't get anywhere. We have to negotiate not among ourselves, but with others, so that we can have a common resource. The international is very important. It's quite clear the development of regulations and policies have to be integrated in a mold that can be used by everyone, but it's not used by everyone. We know that. It's a reality. We have different cultural and political realities. So what we do at the IGF, we can have to hear the voices, not only our own voices.
Muchas gracias, Eric, por esa intervención un poco más larga de lo previsto. Vamos a tomar unas intervenciones y luego pasaremos a las reacciones del panel. So I'll switch again to English. Thank you, Eric, for that intervention, which was a bit longer than expected. But we will take some and then hear if the panel has any reactions. I go to my right. Please introduce yourself, and please keep it to 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, William Lee, Australian Government. Obviously want to thank Norway for its excellent hosting of the IGF and this excellent panel. You've talked about some really important issues, and these are really tough challenges to solve. And I think as governments, we're all scratching around looking for the best way to solve them. And I think WSIS is a critical tool towards achieving global action on many of those difficult problems. I think the value of WSIS Plus 20 will be the opportunity to have an ideas conversation, hearing all voices, including those from least developed countries and small island developing states, and to translate that to global norms and an action-orientated agenda, taking forth what works and seeing new partnerships form to close those digital divides. I know we are starting to see some really positive ideas emerge from Switzerland, from the EU, from ICANN, from ISOC, from Australia, and from others. But I wondered if you had any reflections on how we continue to promote a positive ideas conversation and avoid the temptation to simply revert to a conversation over language, which won't deliver us the actions and outcomes that as a global community we need. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Will, and thank you for highlighting also the Australian non-paper, which is worthwhile, has a lot of ideas in it, good basis for contributing to the conversation. We'll see, do we have anything online? Please, Eleonora.
Yes, we do. Thank you, Jorge. We have a few questions online. I can start with the first.
Yes.
From Musa Maigari from Nigeria. What strategies can be implemented to enhance the participation of youth and women in the IGF and WSIS processes?
Thank you so much, Eleonora. And I think we can have a first round of reactions to what was said. Anyone from you on the panel? Si, Fabrizia?
I would like to answer the first, Eric, the first question. Because my executive vice president, Enna Virkunen, was here at the opening ceremony at the Digital Public Goods, and she did address some of those issues. The Union has just adopted an international strategy for digital, where we set out a vision of enhanced and increased digital partnerships with various countries of the world. We are very aware that it's not just a question of explaining what we do and saying, oh, would you like to do the same? No, it's not that at all. We are setting out what we call the EU offer, a set of tools that will allow, through very much the use of open source, those partner countries to take them and adapt them to their own internal uses. This is the case on connectivity, on cybersecurity, and it will be the case on all the layers of the internet stack, going from identity to decentralized social media. So our objective over the years is to deepen those partnerships and to make sure that we all become, in fact, actors, not only consumers. And that is an action on which the Union is very much focused. And of course, we are happy to share whatever tangible outcomes we will be able to reach at the next IGF.
Thank you so much, Fabrizia. Anyone else in the panel? Please keep it short and sweet.
Yes, so I just wanted to pick up the issue about women, and one of the points made was about how the internet increasingly is bullying women, and certainly that's been our experience as well in the UK. And we have taken action with the Online Safety Act in the UK, and we were very proud of that, but it's only the first step that we're taking. And one of the issues, the public debate in the UK has very much been what are our neighbours doing, what are the other countries doing. So it's a much broader debate than perhaps we might think in the confines here. We genuinely want to reach out to develop new global norms about the standards that we can expect in terms of the technology companies. So there is it's a much wider and deeper debate, I think, than we might think. And the other thing is, I think we're absolutely right that I think the last point was talking about empowering women, and that is such a huge challenge for WSIS. We're doing our bit. The UN women's committees are doing their bit. We've got a huge, big challenge to really address these issues, particularly in the global south. And so I really do genuinely hope that going forward that will be a key priority for WSIS.
Thank you so much. Jimson, very shortly.
Yes, am I audible? Yes. Looking at how to deepen this discussion at the local level and also engage the youth, there's a saying that money answers all things, and that is to say they need support. The IGFSA has been doing a marvelous work, and if you are not yet a member, please try and be a member. It's an instrument to support the NII at the local level. We need more support, more input to strengthen the ability to provide some resources to those local activities for capacity building, for the next generation, building the next leadership. So please join us so that we can together meet this expectation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we will get back to our audience. The lady in green, please.
Gracias, Jorge. Mi nombre es Silvia Cadena. Soy la Chief Development Officer del World Wide Web Consortium. We work on accessibility, internationalization, privacy, security, and more recently, sustainability of the web that has allowed so much growth and development over the last decade. We would like to raise your interest and attention to the importance of maintenance of the core infrastructure that allows all of this growth to happen. There is a lot of emphasis on innovation and looking into the future, but a lot of those things don't happen that easy if we don't have really good succession planning for all of these technical pioneers that are retiring to play golf and do other things that they like, and the connections with the next generation. So if the next generation comes in, it's important from the technical perspective that they maintain the systems that have allowed all of this growth, and they understand what is the innovation that they are bringing in, so that they don't break anything that took so long to reach the scale that we have today. And that's very important for interoperability. And then Minister Tung mentioned the importance of investment and funding, and I think it's very important to consider also what are the incentives to shape the landscape, not to only be adopters of technology. So what incentives Norwegian companies, for example, can have to participate in the development of global open standards for the web, and how that brings also diversity and inclusion into this landscape. And that applies to every country. We have a very small number of organizations participating in these processes, and it's very important that the engineers around the world do engage. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Silvia. Thank you, Silvia. I don't know, Minister Tung, do you want to react as we refer to Norway?
Yes, please. The reason I'm into digitalization and technology is because I'm into the development of society. I want society to be a place where everyone can succeed, whether you are from the north of Norway, the south of Norway, whether you are rich or poor, whether you are a kid or you are adult. And I really believe that the technology has to reflect the values that we want to build our society on. So to be able to think about gender equality, social rights, whatever, women in tech or so forth, we have to bring these perspectives and these values into the infrastructure, whether we are talking about education as an infrastructure, whether we are talking about the internet as an infrastructure. For me, that is the value that I bring to the table when I want to be the most digitalized country in the world, because I really believe it is about how we develop our society and what kind of fundaments we build this society on. Human rights, openness, transparency, democracy, everything has to be a part of the infrastructure. And the youth has a really important voice in that matter as well. And that's why I specifically addressed the youth when I opened Day Zero here at this hall on Monday, because we have to involve every perspective in the technology.
Thank you so much, Kadian. Any other quick reaction? Otherwise, thank you for your patience. The gentleman to my right, please introduce yourself.
Qusay Al-Shati from Kuwait. First, I want to congratulate Norway on a successful IGF and for these wonderful, engaging, positive atmosphere days that we spent here. So all the thanks for the government of Norway for hosting us. We were part of the WSIS and the IGF since its inception more than 20 years ago. And we enjoyed wonderful, successful years that we have achieved a lot, whether on the WSIS action lines or on the IGF. And it is normal to see things evolve and to address the future issues and challenges. We saw this reflected in the GDC, and we look forward that the WSIS plus 20 foresee the future for us. Yet, I do believe that one of the most successful outcome, or the most successful outcome of the WSIS is the IGF. And this non-binding, non-outcome oriented platform should continue. And while we are voicing the support of its continuation, we still believe that within the WSIS plus 20 process, it's still a gray area if the IGF will continue as a platform or not. While we successfully addressed issues like diversity, bridging digital divide, diversity, and the multi-stakeholder processes, and we were successful in that, and as a culture and as a conduct, whether a global, regional, and national. Yet the IGF, which allows us as stakeholders to speak and talk and engage in policy dialogue in equal footing on all issues, and it serves us well. We believe that it is still a gray area, but for its continuation or not, and we are concerned to look if this platform did not continue. Therefore, we want to believe, or we want to have kind of assurances that such platform will continue, or what to do from here till a decision has been taken to support it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think many of us agree on those points. And there's opportunity to engage with the co-facilitators, with the process. Please do so. The more, the better. I will turn to Eleonora, and please speak a bit loudly to the microphone so that everybody can hear you.
Sure. Okay, I will try to project. So we have another question from Segun Omolosho. As we approach WSIS plus 20, how can we ensure that multi-stakeholder inputs at IGF and other platforms are effectively integrated into WSIS follow-up mechanisms, especially at the national level?
Yeah, maybe that's the million-dollar question or the billion-dollar question, which many of us have been thinking about. But I don't know if any of you has another very concrete and specific proposal.
Yes, this is Jimson speaking. Well, that's a very good question. You know, how do we ensure that multi-stakeholder model take effect effectively at the national level? I think it's just to appeal, you know, to leadership, basically, because we need champions. You can imagine the private sector that I led in 2012 to kind of cover the gap in Africa. So we need our leadership, regulators, stakeholders to take up the mantle and engage with the Sao Paulo multi-stakeholder guideline, wherein you can scope and ensure that all relevant stakeholders are brought in for meaningful participation. This is for our own good. This is to ensure that we arrive at the information society we want, with the prosperity of everybody, so that nobody is left behind. So I will really make this appeal to all our leadership, governments, parliamentarians here. Please make a case to ensure that all relevant stakeholders are brought in so that we can have useful dialogue for the benefit of our society.
That's quite clear. I see also Curtis and then Baroness Jones.
I think this was a phenomenal question. I think George really summarized this. This is the billion dollar question, right? And I think one thing that worries me is that we've talked here about how successful this model has been. And what worries me is that we've been so successful we start taking it for granted, right? And I think that is the greatest worry. We can't take this for granted. This is something, the multi-stakeholder model, we have to defend and highlight the benefits, the value, the phenomenal inclusivity it brings every single day. And we need to do this on a national level. We all need to engage with governments. I've got two on the panel, so you're engaged. But there's many other countries, and we need to do this every single day. This engagement needs to go on to show the value we create to this model, because only that way we will protect it. And that's, I think, is a very, very good question, and I'm very glad it was asked, because I think this is something we can't afford to start taking the current permissionless, innovationless model of the internet that has enabled all these other topics we're discussing here. You know, the internet's principles are what's enabled all these discussions, and sometimes I think we forget that.
Thank you, Curtis. Baroness.
Well, firstly, I'd say that I'm very pleased that so many UK representatives are here, and we've played a part in, a number of my colleagues have played a part in the panels contributing to the debate. So I think the very fact that we're here, we're contributing our views, but also listening, and that's a two-way process of engagement, and we take that back into our own organisations. So I think that development and the wisdom that we've learnt here and will help us develop our own policies in the future. So that's a very important point for us, that we don't have a static view. It's very much one that's learning as we go along. The second thing is that we have a very successful IGF conference in the UK, and I think the more we can do events like that, local and the regional level, will always enhance the debate that we need to have. So it's not a perfect system, but we are trying our best to make sure that we don't just have these debates in isolation, but we take them back to our own organisation.
Thank you so much. Then shall we go to the gentleman? I think it was your turn. Well, let's go to the right. I think Raul is pointing to the right, so let's take the gentleman there. Please introduce yourself and keep it to below 2 minutes.
Thank you, Jorge. My name is Rian Duarte. I'm from the Brazilian Association of Internet Service Providers. Thank you for the panel for a wonderful discussion. In the last few days, we had many relevant and high-level debates, and we have seen global corporations on this stage and on the other many stages, and we should hear from them, as they are usually part of the problems we face, but are not always an active part of the solutions. On the other side, we still see an undersized role for small and medium enterprises and open source solutions. So on the topic of updating governance, I would like to hear from the panel about how we can strengthen the voice and participation of small and medium enterprises, as well as open source solutions in IGF and WSIS, especially from the Global South.
Thank you so much. Any immediate reaction to that? Shall we take another one for starters? Curtis?
I think I want to come back to this. It's a very, very important thing that we just highlighted again, because the current internet, and again, what we just discussed here, every day we have hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of SMEs who exist fully or partly because of the current internet, the current model that enable them to create and innovate and become businesses. And you're absolutely right. We need to make that heard. We need to bring them into these discussions. It is a bit of a pull and push. I mean, we need to get them to engage and understand that, I think we'll come back to this, that we have started taking this for granted, and therefore it's not a threat, it's not nothing to care about, but they should care about this. You know, it's their livelihood, their business models depends on the outcomes here and these discussions. And we need to bring that message out, and we need to bring them into this discussion, not necessarily physically, but through the local regional IGFs, through the remote online participation today. You know, there's many ways to engage with these forums and make your voices heard, but you're absolutely right. We need to bring those voices in here.
Jimson, you want to intervene?
Yes, very good question. I run an SME, Contemporary Consulting, and everything is on the internet. We are highly involved in digitalization, cybersecurity, integration, do research. So there is a lot of benefit being involved, and I encourage other SMEs that could be following to be part of the conversation, because there's a tendency for some to say, okay, oh, Jimson is there, or these guys are there, let them be doing it. We need it to be part of us because the internet is a great resource for productivity, for creating new opportunity, for employment, and bringing in new innovation. And so it is in our interest to support it. And another way is through association. And that's why we formed the Africa ICT Alliance, encouraging the association across Africa to be part of it, bringing your view, companies bringing your view so that we can collate and present it together. So, for example, in Nigeria, talking about startup law, there's a startup law encouraging new businesses. There's even funding for AI projects. So all these are true conversations we normally have. So bring in your ideas so that we can enrich the ecosystem. The opportunity is there for us.
Thank you so much. Minister.
Thank you. Just a short comment from me, because I think it's really important that we do have the different stakeholders here while we are debating topics that regards them. It's crucial for the legitimacy of IGF as well, and I think it's also a responsibility that we have as government to make sure that we are able to include the different stakeholders from our countries to be part of IGF, either physically or digitally. It was, from Norway's side, it was prioritized to work with our different embassies around the world to be able to mobilize participants from different countries to come to IGF in Norway this year, and especially it was participation from Global South, and I think Global South are highly participating this year's IGF, but it could have been better. I think we have to agree on that as well.
Thank you so much, Minister Tang. It's always a challenge to reach those participants, be it civil society, but also business with less resources, or technical community, of course, or academia. Let's turn to the gentleman there.
Good morning. Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Raúl Echeverría. I'm the Executive Director of Latin American Internet Association and also MAC member this year. I have heard all the comments, and I think that I share almost everything that have been said here with regard to the role of WSIS and IGF and the implementation of GDC, the need for improvement, the need for renewal of IGF, which improvements. So it seems that we agree on almost everything here. But the perception is that the reality is not so easy, that there will be more complications in the negotiation. So my first question is, what are the main challenges you foresee in the negotiations from here to December? The second question is also linked to what the Minister Tang has mentioned right now, is that I have the impression that it is just a few governments that are really involved in the discussion, and at least at the capital, from the capitals. I'm sure that the missions are, many missions are involved in the conversations in New York, But when we talk to the governments from the capital, that's most of them are not aware of what's happening and what is the negotiation that is going on. So what do you think? How can we involve other governments in the discussion to have really a decision that reflects the interests of all the world? Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Raúl. Thank you so much, Raúl. And while our panel thinks about a possible reply, I would invite you to really take the opportunity to row at the microphones. We still have some time for interventions. Please use it, don't be shy. You see, this is a safe environment. You can intervene. There are answers. It's very interactive. Please do use that opportunity. But now, going back to those questions from Raúl, which are really straightforward, and I see Minister Tong.
Yeah, thank you. I want to give a short reply on the first question, which was about the biggest challenges, because we sound very agree, but we know the times until December will be challenging, and it demands a lot of work from the co-facilitators, from every stakeholder, to be able that we get over the finish line in a good way. And my hope is that we are able to do so in a way of consensus. But the biggest challenge, or the worst thing that can happen, is more fragmentation, in my opinion, and that is what I fear the most. Yeah, thank you.
That's really important. Curtis?
It's a long way to December, as the Minister just said. A lot of things can happen between now and then. I think there are some very, very careful optimism from these days. I think there is a lot to build on. That doesn't mean that there is unanimous consensus, and I think that will be a challenge going forward, to build on what we have and work through that and make sure that all the voices are heard. And we had I think it's a very promising session this morning with the co-facilitators. They were very open for the dialogue with all the stakeholders and take that input into account. Obviously, at the end of the day in December, this will be a nation-state negotiation, but I hope that we as technical community and the other multi-stakeholder groups can actually provide input into this and help to form a very constructive consensus before then, and showcase why that is important, and not just have the necessarily multilateral voices and concerns led, but actually the much wider consensus, and that will hopefully at the end bring us to what we have just talked here this morning.
Thank you so much, Curtis. I see Jimson.
The major challenge I see, even though the co-facilitators, they've demonstrated their resolve to involve all stakeholders. But the really main challenge I see, and which I try to battle every time, is to get our national government to be involved, to involve all of us, all the stakeholders in the conversation. It is so important that national government bring in all the other stakeholders. What are you thinking about? What is your view as they go forward to negotiate? Because we are not in the room to negotiate. So that is a serious challenge that is really in my heart. Like, look, even some are not even that responsive in terms of even being involved. So that answers the question. The second question is a real challenge. How do you get all the government at the national level to be involved at this? So we continue to encourage them. We continue to use this platform to say, okay, let the multi-stakeholder approach, let it be practicalized at the national level, scope the views of your citizens, and let them be part of the delegation. Let them be part of the delegation. In the private sector, we can fund ourselves by and large, and I believe others can get their funding. But our voices need to be heard, because we are all working together for the progress and prosperity of our nation using the digital technologies. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jimson. Baroness?
I would just say that we've spent the last 20 years trying to prove ourselves here, and I think now we've got to the point where we have done that, and I think if we can get to the point where we become a permanent part of the UN family, if you like, and we don't have to keep proving ourselves, then our voices will more broadly be heard. And but I do also think that we have a communications challenge because there's so much good things going on here, and perhaps we're not, we all take responsibility for this, not so good at taking it back to our own governments and our own stakeholders and talking up the sorts of activities that happen here. But I think if we can get the permanent status sorted, then we will be a more recognised part of the international framework, and I think that would be really important.
Thank you so much, Baroness Jones. And I think, if I may abuse my role as moderator, sometimes the biggest challenge is to imagine that a positive outcome, which is more than just a zero-sum game, is possible, and to see what are the needed parts that allow all stakeholders worldwide to agree on such an outcome. And I'm hopeful that the discussions we had here will be a contribution to imagining that possibility. But I wonder whether, Eleonora, you have any input from online?
Yes, there is one more question from Musa Maigari from Nigeria. How can the IGF address the challenges posed by artificial intelligence and other disruptive technologies?
Thank you so much, Eleonora. And I will do a last call for please going to the microphone. This is your last opportunity. Later on, we will be shifting the segment. So please think about it while I see whether our panel has any reaction. Well, actually, the IGF has been discussing AI at least for 8 years. I remember in the 2017 IGF in Geneva, which we happened to organize, the Swiss government, together with the Swiss IGF, that it was already very prominent, and also the effects of the algorithmic systems to the public sphere and to the democratic system. But the word is yours. Curtis, you wanted to intervene?
Thank you. I think that the IGF doesn't, as you just pointed out, I mean, AI has been allowed to come into the IGF agenda, and I think large emerging challenges has been picked up in the past by the IGF. So I think we already have the forum for this as part of the MAG, and they do the work of the scheduling and the working groups, the open forums. I think that's part of the agenda that's being set already. I think we do pick up a lot of emerging technologies, and I think one thing we don't talk, so I mean, they said all the open and structured scheduling, but there's all these hallway discussions, this phenomenal discussion of ecosystem that goes on around the formal schedule. It also allows for a dialogue around some of these discussions and topics, and really the incubator of ideas. And I think the IGF has been very successful at that over the years.
Thank you, Curtis. Any other reaction on this question? I see Jameson.
Okay. All right, thank you. As a matter of fact, the topic of artificial intelligence has been on for quite a long time. It was one of my courses in the 80s in the university. So, but the ramification of it now is very serious. And IGF is a beautiful platform wherein we have all the stakeholders. We can also examine the ramifications of artificial intelligence. So one thing that we are taking away here is that a lot of best practices, approaches that governments are taking to tackle the negative parts, the abuse parts, and the positive part, encourage it. We get it here and go back to our national and encourage maybe the enactment of a law to ensure that the AI is used for good, AI is used for the benefits of the society. So there has to be some form of regulation, and that's something coming out of this place. AI can serve us well, can help us to realize the sustainable development goal faster, but at the same time, it can be used for harm. And that is why it has to be properly regulated, and there has to be some laws to guide those that are developing all the application. So coming from IGF, we get the policy. framework, we get to know about best practices, we take it to our countries and localize those discussions. So that's why the IGF platform, it remains a credible platform, to discuss these issues and other emerging issues that we see.
Thank you so much, Jameson. I saw Baroness, then Minister, and Fabrizia. Everybody has something to say on this topic.
Well, I was just going to say very briefly that I absolutely agree with the potential of AI, and we need to harness it as AI for good for all nations. But it is a specific challenge for us in terms of safety and security as well. And so we have a very particular role here in just sharing our expertise and sharing good practice, because this is a global challenge for us. But at the end of the day, the approach that WIS is taking, which is that we are tech neutral in the sense that we address all of the tech challenges, I think is the right one, and it will be addressed, I think, as we go on increasingly in our forums, just as a matter of course. So I think we've got the right structures to do it, but it is a very specific and unique challenge and a concern for us, for all nations.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you. I think it's important that each and every country has good discussion on how they want to use artificial intelligence as a technology. What are the challenges and what are the possibilities in each and every country, because it may differ. For instance, Norway is an energy nation, so for us to use artificial intelligence in the field of energy is an obvious thing. But together, I think we need to have international guidelines and international discussion about the ethical implication of the technology as well. And the discussion that are going on artificial intelligence when it comes to best practice and so forth, I think it's really valuable for every country, whether you want to use it within the healthcare sector or the energy system or within public administration and so forth.
Thank you so much. Fabrizia.
I think the added value of the IGF, it's its components. Who is it made of? What are the voices that you can hear here? And when you have discussions about the artificial intelligence, the technical community will have one take, governments another, the business community another, and so forth. And this conversation is extremely useful, but it needs to be passed on to those other institutions, both in the UN family and in national governments that are already working on AI. Because what we want to avoid is duplication, but what we want to increase is a synergetically approach that is mutually reinforcing. So get the voices, get the problems out, have the opportunity to have that discussion with each and every one, but make sure that then it becomes actionable in those fora where work is already taking place.
Absolutely, and that brings us back to this idea of the connecting tissue. We need to invent, we need to imagine, and then need to implement if we are able to agree on how to do it by December. I see, is there a gentleman taking the last opportunity to take the mic? Please go ahead.
Yes, please. My name is Bastiaan Winkel, and I work for the Department of Justice in the Netherlands. This week, we've highlighted the advantages of an open and free internet. We've underlined that we should stick to the working of the internet based on trust and multi-stakeholderism. Working on law enforcement, I'm also exposed to the dark sides of the internet. Online hate speech flourishing, CSAM materials widely available, our youth getting addicted to the mobile phones and to the social media platforms. I'm glad we're also addressing these issues at the IGF. But what can we do and how can we address these issues to also give our citizens the same protection online as they have in the physical world?
Another very important question. We will take the very last one from Eleonora from online, and then we will wrap up this part.
Thank you very much, Jorge. I actually just wanted to share a contribution from the online chat, and then I'll move into the question. So you may remember earlier, Sagun had asked about how do we, ensure multi-stakeholder inputs are truly integrated into the WSIS follow-up, especially at the national level. And we had a nice discussion with Mark Carvell, formerly of the UK government, longtime friend of the IGF, who made the point that the IGF's more than 176 NRIs are going to be vital for bringing those inputs in. So I just wanted to share that and move on to a final question from our remote hub in Benin. It was asked in French, but I'll just translate into English. Speaking of technological evolution, some regions in Africa are excluded from both the challenges and the benefits. What measures is the IGF taking to promote full inclusion, particularly of countries in the global south?
Thank you so much, Eleonora. And let's do a final round of reactions to these two last questions. Is there anyone from you, Minister?
I can start with the first question from the gentleman from the Netherlands. And yesterday, I really believe it was a good panel on this stage about protecting children from harmful algorithms. And we also see reports from the Norwegian security police that very young children are being captured by right-wing radicals on the different social media platforms and then further on to other platforms. So I think we need to do more. We need the governments to do more and better regulation, and I really believe that the European Union has done a great deal here when it comes to the Digital Service Act, for instance, which is good. So regulation is one of the answers. We need the tech companies to do more. They are not doing enough, so we need them to do more. And in the end, I think we need more international cooperation on these issues, because I really believe in an open and free internet, but to be able to have the open and free internet, we have to have trust in the internet, and we have to deal with the challenges that also internet brings to the floor. So I believe along these three pillars, government, regulation, international cooperation, and that we have, the tech companies have to do more themselves to tackle these challenges. So I'm happy that you raised that question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister. Baroness.
I think we can all identify with the dark side that you talked about, and it's a huge challenge for all of us. We're all trying in our own way to deal with this. I mentioned earlier that we have our own piece of legislation, the Online Safety Act, which is attempting to set some standards for how children in particular should be protected online. And I have to say that we have got a very good dialogue going with the tech companies to ensure that that's being implemented properly. But for us, we would like to share our experience and also to learn from other nations. So we do begin to set some sort of global norms about what is acceptable to appear on the internet, so that we don't necessarily all just do it country by country, but form a bit more of an alliance on all of this. So that is the way that we would like to approach it. But it's a very good challenge, and as has been said, we absolutely need to address it, because otherwise we won't maintain the trust, and people won't feel enabled to use the wonderful technology that we've got to its best advantage, because they simply won't trust it. So it's a huge and important challenge for us.
Thank you so much. Any other inputs to these two last questions? Jimson?
Yeah, very quickly, there was a report by UNECA underscoring the need for more investment in internet penetration. And a 10% increase in internet penetration will give us about 8.2% increase in GDP per capita. And it also showed that a 10% increase in cybersecurity maturity will enable up to 5.4% increase in GDP per capita. This underscores the fact that our countries need to prioritize infrastructure, connectivity, access for more prosperity, and for more people to be reached down to the underserved areas. And then secondly, it also underscored the fact that there has to be cybersecurity maturity. For developing countries, the UNECA has come up with a model cybersecurity law that we can adapt, even to customize our own local laws. And we heard from EU and from UK the efforts they also made in online safety. So they need to adapt this thing and make a near perfect law to guide the citizens' online activities.
Thank you so much, Jameson. So I think it's time now to wrap up this session. We will have a last segment of, let's say, interim final messages, because this is an ongoing conversation about the path forward with WIS+20, with the IGF, and with how we work together. And I would like to start with Fabrizia, if that is okay for you, and then come gently over until Minister Tong to have the last word.
Thank you. Well, my first last word and thought is to thank the Norwegian government for the organization of the IGF. You had you had very little time to put it together, and the result has been magnificent. The venues are fantastic, and really the organization has been completely faultless. So thank you. On the WISES process, I've already had the opportunity to reiterate our very strong commitment to it, strong commitment to the multi-stakeholder model that needs to be effective, inclusive, and actionable. Participation. The IGF itself that needs robust foundations, and a coherence between the different actions that we take in the WISES with the SDGs that are coming up for review in 2030 and with the GDC. We can work together this path. It might not be completely straightforward sometimes, but that's the beauty of having different voices, and I think there is a real benefit in world terms for us to engage in this continue this pioneer experiment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fabrizia. Jameson.
Yeah, I will also say +1 to a expression of appreciation to our host for a very splendid IGF 2025. Thank you very much. Well, the WISES has come to stay, and we are doing a review, and we're expecting that the IGF will be renewed or made permanent. And we're also hoping that all the stakeholders too will perform their own roles and responsibility. But most importantly, with regard to developing countries, underdeveloped countries, we need to also take it much seriously and deepen the conversation within our nationals, even up to sub-national, because there's a need for us to catch up, to leapfrog. Because we're looking at internet penetration is 39% or 40%, while the world average is about 60%. So there's a lot to be done. We need to bring in all the stakeholders so that we can fast-track the process of adoption, awareness, and even utilization of these tools. And finally, I want to really thank in advance our countries, because countries have never failed to host IGF. Thanking all the governments that are taking it up, and appreciating the leadership role they're playing in ensuring that IGF is sustained. So thanking them in advance.
Thank you so much, Jameson. Curtis.
I also like to thank the host for this successful and fantastic week you allowed us to have here in Norway. And after this week of contributing, listening, and engaging here at the IGF, I think one thing is very clear, and that is we're not simply talking about the future, we're actually shaping the foundation of the future. And the Internet's greatest strength is really its ability to coordinate at this phenomenal global scale without the centralized control. Is it something that's very rare, it's essential, and it's worth protecting? We at ICANN, we're not regulators, but we're stewards. We look after the unique identifiers and the technical components that makes the Internet keep working. The practical stakeholder-driven collaboration that we model is how governance must evolve. And the IGF is really where this governance and coordination happens in practice today. And it must remain open and globally representative space that we have for this digital governance. We heard some questions and discussions earlier. Let's not underestimate what it takes to make this possible. but we really must give it the support it needs and keep doing what only the IGF can do.
Thank you, Curtis. Baroness Jones.
So I would like to echo all the points that have been made. Thank you so much to our hosts. It's been a fantastic event, beautifully organized, as we would expect from the Norwegians. And yes, I think it's been a very, very successful event. And I would just say that it's really, really important that a very wide group of stakeholders contribute to the WSIS review, because we want to demonstrate what we really represent here, and it is a very unique group of people. So everybody from governments, businesses, civil societies, technical experts and academics, in order for this to continue to play the important role that it does, I think that everybody, the widest group of people, need to participate in the review. So I urge everybody to contribute.
Thank you so much, Baroness. And Minister Tung, you have the final word.
Thank you, and thank you everyone for really kind words about Norway hosting the IGF. I believe it has been a success, but it wouldn't have been without you, all the participants, all the stakeholders. That is really why this is an amazing event, where we can sit down and talk to each other instead of about each other. And I really appreciate that. I think during the past 20 years, we have shown that you can trust the IGF and multi-stakeholder model. That's why it's important for Norway, and it is Norway's point of view that the IGF should have a strengthened mandate, that it should be permanent, and that we are able to integrate more the different processes that are going on. So I really look forward to meet you all at the next IGF, and Norway will be happy to share our experience also with hosting the IGF for whatever country is up next for hosting the IGF. So thank you very much, everyone, for being here.
Thank you so much, Minister Tung. And it's really wonderful. And when the expectations are so high, and the expectations were very high for you, for the Norwegians, it's really wonderful that everything is so perfect. But thank you so much. I don't have too much to recap. I look forward to the summaries that are being prepared by the IGF Secretariat together with Diplo Foundation. I think that's also worthwhile looking into the transcript of both this morning's session, which was very rich and engaging with the co-facilitators and with the Undersecretary General. And of course, all the inputs you gave during this very engaging discussion, and the ones we received from the audience, both here and online, I think are worth looking them over, seeing where are more solutions, more common ground fields, what we have to really address, where we have to still really force our imagination to come to good solutions. But with this, I would like to thank our panel, give them a warm round of applause. And also thank our audience. Yes. I think with this session is adjourned. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are clearing the other plenary hall now for the rehearsals for the next break. Thank you. We kindly ask you to leave the hall. Thank you.
That is the English channel. That is the English channel. Whoa! That's cool. Yeah, let's do the English channel. Yeah. English channel. That is the English channel. I hope you can hear me on that one. The English channel. The English channel.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Taking Stock session, which is the second last session of this wonderful IGF 2025 meeting in Norway. And I'm glad to see that many of you have stayed behind and are not enjoying the sun outside. The weather is wonderful today as well. As you know, this Taking Stock session is that we look back at what we did this year or this cycle and also this week, and we take note of what worked well, what didn't work so well as well, and things we may need to look into and things we definitely need to keep for our next IGF meeting, which I'm sure all of us believe will happen. Yes. First of all, let me just introduce our chairs. So we have Ms. Carol Roach from the Bahamas, Undersecretary in Ministry of Economic Affairs. Oh, it's changed. Yes. Again. Well, you can remind us. And then we also have Mr. Ole Martinsen. He's a Policy Director of the Digitalization and Emerging Technologies Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And then online, of course, we have Vince Cerf, who is the chair of the leadership panel. And just before I start, I think I need to get this out of the way first, is that I would really like to thank everybody that has been involved. It's been a really great, smooth working relationship with our Norwegian counterparts, with the MAG, which is the 20th anniversary MAG as well. So we had MAG members who were in WIGIG, MAG members who were last year as well. So we had a great mix of really dedicated people coming together to make this event really a great event. And I would also like to thank the interpreters, which are often overlooked. Really great work. Thank you very much. And of course, our scribes, the transcription service has been really excellent. And quite frankly, I also want to mention specifically Medved. We have never worked with such a great team. The technical side has been really smooth, and that is really much appreciated. So with that, I'll give the floor to Carol to say a few words, then Ole Martin, then Vint.
Right. And so Carol Roach, Undersecretary in the Ministry for Grand Bahama. So I just made a move, so great. And I just want to add to what Shangatai has said. Everybody has worked hard to make this session good. Norway has been absolutely fabulous, as well as the MAG. We cannot forget the MAG. They really came through. They worked long, hard hours. I'm in a different time zone, and when I wake up in the morning, there's like 100 messages on the chat. So a round of applause for the MAG members. Thank you very much. And of course, the LP. And of course, thank you to the participants for making this a very successful IGF forum. It's not the end, it's always just the beginning. Thank you. Ole?
Okay. Well, I want to thank everyone for coming here, for coming to the IGF and coming to Norway and being a part of this. It's a great pleasure to hosting you all, hosting the IGF. It's a special thing to be a host for the IGF, because you're not hosting an event, you're not showcasing. Of course, you're hosting the IGF, but you're also trying to create a space or a venue where people can meet and people can have good conversation and good real dialogue together. And that's what we've been trying to do here, and I hope we have our role as host has somehow contributed to it. And a second thing I also wanted to say before we look back on the week there or something, that it's been an honor to host a true multi-stakeholder forum like this, or maybe the true multi-stakeholder forum. And especially with everything that's going on outside in the world, outside of this venue. Because we really believe that these forums and these spaces, they matter, it's important, it's meaningful, and it's important to look forward, as we have been doing this week, and it's important to look back and learn, but we think also that, or I believe that it's also important that we take the time to appreciate where we are right now, and what we're doing, because this is meaningful and important and quite beautiful what we're doing here. So thanks to everyone.
Thank you.
Yes.
Vint, over to you.
Well, thank you so much. I'm sorry that I'm not there in person. I gather everyone has had quite a good time in Norway. Speaking of which, I want to remind all of you that the Norwegians had a very key role to play in the pre-internet period in 1973, while some of us were working on the ARPANET. The Norwegian Defense Research Establishment housed one of the first nodes of the ARPANET outside of the United States. It was at the Norwegian Defense Research Establishment. And I'm just thinking about my colleagues of that time from Norway, Paul Spilling, Ingvar Lund, Rolf Nordhagen, and Dag Belsnes. What would they think? Some of them have passed, and what would they think about the IGF 2025 in Norway? What a spectacular evolution this has been. Maybe revolution is the right word. I just want to observe two things. First of all, that the organization of this meeting, credit to that goes to many, but especially the Secretariat, to the Norwegian establishment that put all this together. Their accessibility efforts were super appreciated by the Dynamic Coalition on Accessibility and Disability. And of course, the participants are what make this meeting so valuable and so memorable, particularly the participants from the leadership panel, the MAG, and all of the other NRIs and interested parties who are here. This was a spectacularly good IGF, organized in record time, which leads me to wonder whether we should do 2 of these a year now. I'll leave that for you to consider for a moment, and then let's come back now to our stock taking.
Thank you very much, Vint. And yes, I just realized that I forgot. Yes, we do really have to thank the community and the participants. You are what makes the IGF what it is. Thank you. Give yourself a hand. So for this taking stock session, we are basically in a listening mode. We may respond to 1 or 2, but basically we're taking notes. And we're going to go back and see how we can implement, keep, improve, etc., what you tell us. So we have a number of microphones, I think 2. We've got, we're waiting for the lights to come on. Yes, we have one there. And we should have another one right there.
Yes.
Yes, so if you want to make an intervention, please stand behind any of those mics, and then we will alternate between the 2. And please, don't feel shy, and please keep your interventions to 2 minutes. And then I do know that some people may speak faster or slower than others. We'll make a slight adjustment, but please, around 2 minutes will be, well, let's keep it to 2 minutes, and we'll see how we go from there. And can you please identify yourself and state your stakeholder group? It'll be interesting to know if this is your first time. If it is your first time, please let us know what you think as well. I'll give you extra seconds for that. But please, carry on. So we'll start from this end.
Hi, my name is Frances, and I'm part of YouthDig, the European Youth IGF. And seeing as we're taking stock today, I just wanted to say that I think initiatives like YouthDig is something that works really well in the precursor to IGF. It means that the kind of engagement young people can have is so much more meaningful because we understand the background, we've formulated messages that come, that are youth-led and youth-driven and bottom-up, so that we're developing these issues that are pertinent to us, so that when we come to something like the IGF, we already have these opinions formed, ideas about possible policy solutions, where there's a difference between regulation and freedom on the internet. So I would say that I'm grateful to YouthDig. I'm very glad that we also had the space today or this week to talk about these messages, so that the youth dialogue has been incredibly meaningful at the IGF. So I would say moving forward, this is my first IGF. Hopefully I come to more, but I would say that these initiatives are super important in maintaining a youth voice that is authentic, that is collaborative, and that means that this kind of involvement actually matters and isn't just a box-ticking exercise. I would also say what was very important at this IGF was that we had a dialogue where questions were encouraged by anyone who was attending, and I really appreciated it in panel discussions when it was reinforced that it's anyone who's listening who should contribute, because we all have something to say and we all have different perspectives, and whether we know the technical side or not, whatever our ideas might be, or our questions or our concerns, they're listened to. And as part of the messages from the youth, we particularly cared about content moderation, user controls, and also digital literacy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well.
Yes, thank you, Secretary. My name is Wouter Naters van der Borgt. I represent the Dynamic Coalition on Internet Standards, Security and Safety. We had the opportunity to present our new report on the socio-economic implications of post-quantum encryption. I think that is going to be the topic of 2026. I heard the questions about quantum computing pop up in different sessions. What we've identified is exactly what the implications are if we do not get this right before the so-called quantum day, which is the day the first quantum computer actually works. And we have a time frame now to make sure that we have the security that we need in place. It's all in the report. You can find it on our website, dcis3coalition.org, or on the IGF website pretty soon at our DC page. The second comment I want to make is on the dynamic coalitions. I think we've started to organize ourselves in a far more structured way into clusters where we identify common topics. And that is something that we can build on for 2026. I think that, thank you. I think that the dynamic coalitions are at the core of what multi-stakeholderism is. Everybody can contribute, everybody can come up with ideas and bring them forward. Some do reports, others do meetings to explore future work, but we have impact, and that impact would make the impact of the IGF bigger if we are better integrated into the program. And we have a suggestion that we're working on, is to have some sort of a representation in the MAG. Not as a MAG member, but on an equal level, so that we can integrate the program better with what we are doing. And I think that that's what I want to say. I've got 7 seconds. Ola Martin and the whole your team, I think you did a great, great job. And I want you to comment for it.
Okay, please.
Hello, my name is Oli Jacobson. I want to say to Vint that Ingvar and Paul would indeed be very proud if they were here. I worked for them from 1973 to all the way through 84. I went to high school here in Lillestrøm. I'm the editor and publisher of the Internet Protocol Journal, and I've been involved in internet technical stuff since those days. And that first ARPANET connection in 1973 is what made it all possible for me. So thank you very much. About this event, it's all a bit bewildering to me. I haven't been to one before, but it's certainly a good place to meet all kinds of very interesting people. Thank you.
Hello.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Kekeli Akuno, and I'm a person with visual impairment. I'm part of the ISO Ghana and also a member of the Dynamic Coalition on Accessibility and Disability. I just want to suggest that most of the discussions that are going on, I'm not really seeing the disability perspectives to it, because I've been to some of the sessions and sometimes I'm lost. If there can be a person with disability in most of the sessions so that our perspectives can be brought on board, then our voices can also be heard. And also, most of the sessions also do not have room for contributions and questions. So even if there is no disability perspective to it, maybe I would want to contribute or ask questions, but then there is no room for that. So I hope that the next IGF, there's going to be something done about that. Thank you.
Okay. Please.
Hi, I'm Bruna Santos. I'm a member of the Civil Society Stakeholder Group. Just wanted to start with a thank you, Chengetai, Carol, Ole, Martin, your whole team, the MAG, leadership panel. This was very well done. Thanks for bringing my childhood crush along to the IGF as well. Very happy, didn't get my good picture, but that was okay. Also takes a lot for the host country for taking all of the notes that Meg from last year passed along to you guys, like things like bathroom, accessibility, and some of the points. We know we can never be perfect, right? Because there's always going to be new demands and issues. But I did want to commend you guys on that. And just 2 comments about the event on itself. As much as I appreciate the sustainability tone, the name tags were like, they were lacking indeed. They are a good point for accessibility, for newcomers to know who they're talking to and so on. And even though many of us went creative and had them on the phones, it took us 3 to 4 days. So that was one thing. And the last point was about the high-level sessions. I think in one of them maybe, we still had the civil society perspective lacking on the session, and I think this is the 20th anniversary of the IGF, and we can no longer afford to leave any stakeholder outside or out of these discussions and so on. But having said that, again, thanks a lot and congrats on the event.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Consul-Leiter Leleji from the Gambian IGF. I wish to first thank Shengatai, Carol, and Ole Martin for a very wonderful organization. And I wish to thank Anya from the who coordinates the NRIs, for all the brilliant sessions we had. One suggestion is that during the opening ceremony, the role of the NRIs within this multi-stakeholder process, bottom-top, has been very important, and we should try to get one of the leading NRIs to speak during the opening ceremony. A good example, it could have been good to have our Brazilian colleagues at the opening to share the perspectives of the great work NRIs are doing at local level. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, my name is Jun Beck. I'm a co-founder of a youth privacy advocacy organization called Youth for Privacy. And it's my first time at the IGF. 3 points. First, in terms of accessibility of the meetings, whether it be on Zoom or having transcripts published, I think that was really amazing. And it allowed a lot of our participants, virtual participants, also take part. And on top of that, the accessibility of the panelists was also amazing. Everybody was willing to talk after the panels or during the panels and take questions, and that kind of really encouraged dialogue and collaboration. But the third part, which is related to that, is that since a lot of these meetings are on record and published online, I was wondering if it would be possible to also accommodate some closed sessions, some like only in-person only, where Chatham House rule applies, where we could like freely talk about some of the topics that might be considered sensitive or may express more personal opinions. So those kind of establishment of those kind of meetings would be appreciated. But And I just also want to highlight the fact that as a young person, it's very hard to find funding for attending IGF, and the funding always is an issue for international conferences. And I want to highlight Korean Internet and Security Agency that funded my trip to IGF. So there could be other funding sources, not only from the IGF, from the national governments, to encourage young people like me and us to attend IGF in person. So above all, thank you very much for this my first time in IGF. And I hope I'm not too spoiled because of the quality of the conference. I hope that the next year is also improve the quality as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Please.
Hello, everyone. I'm called Jolenta Rosa Fanui. I am a fellow from the Dynamic Coalition of Accessibility and Disability. This is my second year attending the IGF from Cameroon. I want to say that the sustainability of the accessibility of online tools and services and the empowerment of persons with disabilities still remains slow and is still a serious challenge. Well, while we plead on all stakeholders, the internet system, to play their part, we also want to plead that the IGF continues to play its role in improving digital accessibility online for all persons with disabilities to remain inclusive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please.
My name is Jenna Feng, an 8-time attendee of the IGF.
Wow.
At this point, embarrassing to call myself a youth, but today I want to talk about youth participation. How many years have we been talking about it? Too many years. And yet here we are, still framing youth engagement primarily around capacity building, as if young people haven't already proven their readiness to contribute meaningfully to policy advocacy at all. The truth is, youth participation in internet governance remain at best tokenistic and more often structurally excluded. Why? Hosting a youth summit filled with top-down speeches from leadership is not cross-generational dialogue. Calling for youth inclusion while never invite a single youth representative to speak on leadership panel is not genuine co-creation. Just because youth community aren't institutionalized in the traditional model without titles like chairperson stamp on our name cards doesn't mean we lack leadership. We lead differently, but we lead nonetheless. Have we not tried to claim our seat at the table? We have. We build initiative, create platforms, host discussion, and shape narrative for youth and for the broader IG community. Go to talk to the youth leaders in your own country, your own regions. We have done all this even while struggling with limited resources and support. And yet, the system continues to set us up to fail, much like how a forum, when chronically underfunded, is doomed to underperform by design. Youth have long been cast into the role of the inexperienced, as perceived by many other stakeholders as lacking the skills, capacity, or knowledge to even be taken seriously. This perception alone has been enough to keep many of us on the sidelines. But to those in position of power, with titles, platform funding, decision-making authorities, I urge you, do not let your privilege cloud your judgment. Do not deflect accountability by blaming youth for disengagement. Yes, we are digital natives. We didn't witness the birth of the IGF. Many of us weren't even born when the internet took its first steps, but that doesn't make our voices any less valid than any other people in this room. This year, multi-stakeholderism has taken center stage. It's been powerful to watch diverse actors rally behind this ideology, advocating for systemic change in a world long dominated by bilateral power structure. Yet, if you haven't used your institutional, generational, financial, or positional privilege, access, and influence to structurally include youth, even just within the IG ecosystem itself, then that, frankly, is a missed opportunity and a shame. Before I close, I would usually like to direct my thanks to all the senior leaders in the room, but today I want to thank every young person who worked tirelessly, often invisibly, often unpaid, for all the work that they have done and continue to do. I'm sorry if my 8 years of my hard work didn't move the system enough for you, but I believe in our next gen leaders, Gen Z, Gen Alpha, even Gen Beta. If I ever make it to the seat at the center of this room, I won't stay there. I will disassemble the stage and sit alongside each and every one of you because I believe in us and believe in what true multi-stakeholderism should look like. This is where my voice concludes. I will pass the baton of speaking true power
observe
to
the
all
time
the,
for everybody as well.
all the
We've
young
given you
leaders in the
double
room.
time.
And we don't have enough room, and I really hope that I'm really closing.
You
and I
can
hope
send
I
us a
finish it.
statement and we'll put it on the website.
I say this not to dismiss the effort that we have made.
But thank you for your statement. Okay. Please go ahead. And I'm sorry about that, but we have to be fair. If we give you 4 minutes, then we have to give everybody else 4 minutes, and then we'll never end. Please.
Thanks, Chengetai. Hello, my name is Thorsten Krause. I'm a political scientist and child rights researcher affiliated with the Digital Opportunities Foundation based in Berlin, Germany. And firstly, I would like to thank Ole Martin and the whole government of Norway for hosting this well-done IGF. And also, I would like to thank all the people of Norway, which really welcomed us with open arms and warmly. Thanks a lot for that. Also, I would like to congratulate all the dynamic coalition which is taking part in joint efforts for delivering 4 cluster sessions and 1 main session. I think that's an approach to further develop, and I would like to echo what he said on that. Thirdly, I appreciate that we had a second time a high-level session on child rights on the main stage after the IGF in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia last year. I think that's the place where child rights should take place. The issues around children and youth are too serious to discuss alone behind black curtains in a workshop. So I would encourage us all to make a tradition out of it and see also child rights next year on the main stage. And it could be also a way to support and promote the potential outcomes of the WSIS Plus 20 process as it described in the draft of the current element papers. I really appreciate how human rights and especially children's rights addressed already in this draft, but I would like to see that it's not just around protection of children, but it's also about provision and participation of children, as Jenna pointed out already. And so I would like to see the whole balance and the full set of child rights reflected in the elements paper. Thank you so much.
Please.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Kunle Olorundare. I'm from the civil society, and as a matter of fact, I'm the president of Internet Society, Nigeria chapter. First, I want to congratulate Chengetai, Ole Martin, and Carol for a good job well done. And let me start with the social event. I think we had top-notch, sessions. Going out, the cocktails and all of that. So I think we should give them a round of applause for that, And apart from that, thank you very much. Yeah, so apart from that, I would just want to talk about maybe the tokenization with respect to one particular event. I discovered that a lot of us were very interested in visiting that particular site for, I think, the internet, that's university, so to say. But unfortunately, some of us could not because we didn't get a slot. So I think that is something to look at. And secondly, I really want to mention the issue of timing with respect to, let's say, open forum. It seems as if we don't really have enough time. when it comes to open forum, because, you know, we have to engage with people on site and people online. So there is no enough time to engage the people online. So I think that's something to take a look at and probably review. Having said that, I think it's been a wonderful IGF, and thank you for a good job. Well done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Vint, please.
IGF Remote Hub.
Oh, IGF Remote Hub, sorry. Can the Remote Hub online? I'll just give it a 6 count, and then we go to the next one.
He's okay.
And I stole that phrase from Lynn, just to give attribution. Okay, please, next.
Ok. Je suis Abdou Foupa.
I'm Abdou Fopa, and I'm at the Internet Society Cameroon chapter. It's the first time for me traveling to an IGF. Why am I taking the floor? Well, we've been very inspired by Vinton. We are actually publishing a history of the internet in Cameroon, and we've been inspired by your work for doing that. One regret I'd like to express when it comes to the organization of the event. It took over 2 months to validate my registration to the IGF. It would have been great to have an earlier confirmation. Maybe a committee could confirm earlier, because when you don't have the financing to attend the IGF, it's very hard to get an invitation, and then it's difficult when it takes so long. I really hope you can take this into account, and we would like to have a committee working on that specific question. As I said, it's the first time I participate. I really hope to have other opportunities. This will allow me to bring this back to the internet community in Cameroon, all those innovations, and youth participation is really a key question. I really think youth should participate in this kind of event. And what we need is training. In our country, we have some youth who really want to participate, who want to know internet governance, but they need training for that.
Please.
Thanks for this space for feedback. I really appreciate that. My name is Vinicius Fortuna, and I'm a software engineer. I work on internet access, resilience, and privacy at Jigsaw, which is part of Google. Hey, Vin. And I really appreciate IGF. It was my first IGF, and I have several ideas and got inspired, and it's not going to be my last one, so I'm coming back. But as a software engineer, I was kind of like surprised to not see other engineers here. You see like a lot of like lawyers and policy people. Like, where are the product managers? Where are the engineers? Like, those are the people that build the technologies that we are all talking about here, right? And removing like ITF and ICANN, like I didn't see any other engineers. So I think it's really important to bring them to the table, because they can give you insights on like what is possible and what is not, and also come up with new ideas once they understand the real like world problems. And I also know that like engineers don't really sometimes know about these issues, or they don't care, they're focused on their problems. So we need to put incentives in places for both the individuals and the organizations to bring the builders to events like this. So that's my feedback. Thank you.
Shall we try the Remote Hub again? Just give it, let me put it this way. We'll try the Remote Hub after the next speaker. We'll have the next speaker first, and then we'll come to the Remote Hub. So please.
Thank you. Hello and namaste everyone. This is Vivek Silwal from Youth IGF Nepal. I want to thank our organizer, IGF Secretariat and the government of Norway for the amazing discussions on how we can make the internet better tomorrow. I'm really motivated to see youth participation, organize the session and being active in the discussions. But I have a concern from a global south perspective. You know, while we are sitting in this room discussing about making how internet better for tomorrow, there's still more than 2 billion people who are not connected to the internet. You know, there was a period of digitalization, there was a period of pandemic where a sudden digitalization happened. People needed to connect it to internet to access any service. But even during that time, we are not able to bring them on board. So there are some hindrances why we are not able to bring them with us in this room. There has been more diversity. So while we are moving forward with the discussion of AI governance, platform governance, we are moving forward with the WSIS principles. I think it is still intact to bring digital divide in the decades to come, how to connect the unconnected. You know, we are talking about connectivity, but is it really meaningful? What about the affordability? What about the rural connectivity? And what about reliability in the global south, in the developing nations? So this is my request to all of you. In the days to come, we need to have a platform on how we can bring those other people and have more field seats in the room. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, now we're going to go online. Please. The remote hub.
Alors, c'est l'heure du bilan de l'IGF 2025 et je remercie particulièrement les organisateurs. Nous pour septième, éducateur de l'éducation.
Yes, we can hear you. Yeah.
Ah, d'accord. Et c'est une réussite déjà parce que c'est pour la première fois que moi je découvre l'IGF. Et ce serait le cas pour bon nombre de jeunes africains. Et je vous remercie parce que c'est une réussite.
The interpreters are awfully sorry, but the sound will not allow for interpretation. We're awfully sorry for that.
Déjà des points focaux nationaux pour que beaucoup de jeunes aient accès à l'Internet et comprennent beaucoup mieux les impacts liés à l'Internet et au développement du numérique. Alors, pour quelques suggestions, et j'aimerais relever du côté technique parce qu'à des moments donnés, nous n'avons pas eu son sur le forum était plus élevé, que l'interprétation puisse être plus relevée, que le son du plateau ce serait mieux. Et deuxième chose, on ne peut pas parler de numérique en Afrique sans parler de l'énergie. Parce qu'à des moments donnés, nous avons raté quelques sessions à cause de l'énergie électrique qui se trouve par moment. Et ça fait partie des réflexions que l'IGF aussi peut mener pour pouvoir rehausser son impact sur le continent africain. Alors, contrairement à deux intervenantes qui ont intervenu par rapport à la question de l'handicap, moi, je suis particulièrement émue que la protection de l'enfance a été au cœur des débats. C'est une réussite.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Please.
Pacific greetings, Talo Falava. I'm Sarai Tevita from Samoa, and I would like to express my sincere gratitude for the opportunity and the travel support given or granted to me to attend this 20th annual IGF in Lillestrup, Norway. As a participant from the Pacific, from Samoa, the small island states, this support has been invaluable in enabling my physical presence and active participation, like yesterday, in this crucial global disclosure. Appreciated your Shanghai, Carol, Ole Martin, Vensurf, and everyone for this great opportunity. My taking stocks for this Global IGF as my first time participation is to continue or sustainably ensure the robust representation from the seats, from the Pacific, so that we can maximize these opportunities. It also is to highlight the unique challenges that we face. As you know, that the seats, geographically, economically, digitally, that we are vulnerable. But being participated and attended this important event, it gives me another way or an opportunity to share when I get back home that there is another world out here. We're not isolated. We're not, left behind. We have to go with what is available, but keep more advocating the opportunity from here. We've heard the best practices. Keep showcasing those best practices and share with us, and building more partnerships. Thank you for the opportunity that I managed to meet some incredible people like the ISOC and the K-Diplo that we have projects they're working with. So from the PIC ISOC or the Pacific Islands chapter, very appreciated for the opportunity. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Please.
Hello, this is Advocate Umar Khan Utmanzai from Pakistan, a practicing lawyer at Peshawar High Court and working for the digital rights in Pakistan. With the open mic, I would like to appreciate and thank Norway for the facilitation, because at the last IGF, at the open mic, I raised some concern regarding the visa for the Europe, because from the Pakistan or the Asia, it's quite difficult to get visa. But just because of the great facilitation from the Norway, more than 15 of my friends have got visa and have made it to the Norway. So a big clap for the Norway for the facilitation to the young guys. And because for a country like Pakistan, where 64% of the population belong to the young persons, and I'm so grateful that more than 15 young guys from my province are here. When in 2019, I made it to the first IGF, I believe I was the first or the second one from my province to the IGF. So I'm so happy to be accompanied by 15 young guys from my province. Thank you, Norway. With this, I will also request the Secretariat to continue this wonderful forum of discussion regarding the internet, because I believe this is to be the decision to be taken whether the IGF to be continued or not. When it was started in 2006, how many people were on internet? Now today in 2025, how many increase has been made on the internet usage? So I believe this forum is important. And to keep this digital globe safe and productive for everyone, I believe these discussions and this forum need to be continued. Thank you, Norway. See you next time in some other part of the globe. Thank you, and see you next time. Thank you.
Yes, please, go ahead. Yeah.
C'est Dikolbaïbe Kennedy. Je suis tchadien, je représente...
Hi, I'm from Chad. I represent IGF Central Africa. And we have a contribution to make in IGF Central Africa's name. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, distinguished delegates, dear partners from the Internet governance community. We are now at the end of hard-working days. We have been very inspired, and our delegation from Central Africa would really like to start by thanking all the stakeholders who have contributed to the success of this 20th IGF here in Oslo. We would like to start by thanking the Kingdom of Norway. Thank you for welcoming us and for warmly welcoming us here. Thank you to the United Nations, thanks to the Secretariat, and thank you to all partners, all organizations involved. We have academia involved, and we have made this forum richer. I really think now that our competences have been strengthened. We have better digital services that are possible thanks to those discussions. We can now guarantee a certain transparency, and what we need to do is to co-construct the next years forward. The digital world should not be a factor of domination. This should be a tool for social justice. I really think that Africa is ready now. We are ready to play our part. We all have a shared responsibility, and we are willing to play our part. I am sure that we can make internet a public good for the best of the people in the years to come. Thank you very much.
Please.
Hello, everyone. I'm Aisha from Pakistan, a High Court lawyer and a dedicated human rights defender advocating for women's rights. I'm so happy to share that this is first time IGF I'm attending. This platform has been an incredible source of global exposure and inspiration. For me, it's more than an opportunity. It's just been a beacon of hope for countless young women in Pakistan where such chances are rare. I'm committed to applying the insights I have gained here to empower more young women in my country, working towards creating a safer and more inclusive digital space. After all, access to the internet is a right that belongs to everyone. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Norway. And thank you, IGF. Goodbye, and see you next year.
We'll have the next speaker from the queue, and then we'll go to the IGF Ghana Hub. So please.
Good afternoon. I'm Nigel Casimir from the Caribbean Telecommunications Union. I didn't actually plan to speak, but I was inspired by Sarai from the Pacific. And I think it made sense for me to endorse, number one, and thank the Secretariat for supporting our participation with travel support and so on, but also to identify the value, and this was said by a previous speaker, of the dynamic coalitions. There is the dynamic coalition on SIDS, and through that medium, we in the Caribbean have been cooperating and working with the Pacific and also Indian Ocean states to share experiences and build our capacity and our capabilities in terms of internet governance. So for the past 2 years, we've had a problem getting space at the IGF for the DC SIDS meeting. So I want to re-emphasize the value of the dynamic coalitions, the DC SIDS in particular, and would urge the Secretariat to continue supporting them. I was also very pleased to hear the leadership team supporting the value of the NRIs, right? I think through the NRIs and things like the DCs is where the rubber meets the road between policy and implementation. So that deserves the support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nigel. We'll now go to the Ghana Hub. Please go ahead. It seems you're muted. Yeah.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm Stephanie from IGF Ghana Hub US. And then I have this question. It is, how can internet governance frameworks better support digital health infrastructure and equitable access to telemedicine in developing countries, especially for rural and underserved communities? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mute again.
You're muted again. If you could unmute, please.
The 23rd.
I'm very grateful for the opportunity given. It has been an impactful journey with the IGF from the 23rd. I have a suggestion to make. I would like to suggest that next time there will be open opportunities for us to come in person for better understanding of the various topics discussed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And can you please also send your comments in so that we have a clear record of them? Thank you. But thank you very much, and thank you very much for participating from Ghana. Thank you. This way, okay, thank you.
Hello, this is Jasmine from Hong Kong. I truly appreciate and thankful for having this platform here, and I think it's truly bottom-up and multi-stakeholder driven, because the music night and everything has come back, and we have more toilets this year. It's my third IGF here. And I just want to also echo to my colleague Jana, previously talking about the meaningful youth participation and its role in the strategic contributing to this IGF. So on top of a request on considering youth on leadership panel, I have a more ambitious thought to really urge your consideration to include youth as really a standalone stakeholder group on the map as well. Because if it's a really like multi-stakeholder group, right, then seeing those youth have been putting effort on driving their own grassroots community and etc., that should be a serious consideration and discussion ongoing. And another thing coming from Global North community, I noticed that there are needs from, needs from Global South as well, but I just want to pin it out because most of the funding, maybe it's controversial, but I noticed that most of funding exclude youth from Global North. So as a person from that community, and you also know that even in Global North community, there are still poverty disparity as well. So not everyone is rich enough and affordable to coming here. I myself, this time, I self-fund myself to be here, and it's actually a lot of financial barrier here, but I truly value my participation here. That's why I make my effort here as well. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you.
Michel Chonan, je suis le secrétaire exécutif du Forum.
Hello, I'm the executive secretary for the Internet Governance Forum, and I would like to thank the United Nations, the Kingdom of Norway, and everyone who has participated into the success of this IGF. The electronic participation is today a silent crisis with environmental consequences and societal consequences. Durability on these strategies needs to lean on changing the behaviors, especially starting from education. We advocate for responsible waste management from the primary school. It is a strategic choice that we have to make in order to make an impact. So we need to seep this into young people's mind in order to have a multiplying effect with their parents, their family, and to ensure durability. It is incredibly important to include digital governance in education. It will help bringing growth to the economy. Also, it will bring some improvement in health, and tomorrow starts today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The queues are now closed, so you three are the last. No more people. I see we do have an online. We'll go to the online after the next intervention here. Thank you.
Hello everyone, it's Ms. Adiksha Silwal, Internet Society Youth Ambassador for this year, and I am coming from the Nepal, and this is my very first time attending IGF. Well, being in here, listening to all the session, talking about the AI, trustworthy internet, and representing Nepal is some sort, I find misfit to be here in this discussion. In Nepal, we still have half a population out of internet, We are trying really hard to have a reliable internet connectivity, trying our best to have laws that is more respecting towards rights of the people, freedom of people, but government is working to make it more controlling. So all this multi-stakeholderism and coming from the Nepal, I do find somehow we need to work really hard in a global south to make more open and transparent internet. And for this opportunity, I would really like to thank all of you for this big platform. And as I said, this is my very first time attending any IGF in person. My expectations are already really high. The Norway government did a really good job, so thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, we really have to rush. So online, quickly, we'll just give it a shot. If it doesn't work, we'll leave it. Okay, next, please.
Dominique Azamassieu, WCC. This is also my first IGF, and I want to also extend my thanks. This has been a fantastic week for meeting new people, hearing new voices, getting new perspectives. If I had one suggestion for what I hope would be my next IGF, if there was more support for serendipity, networking, there was a suggestion maybe to get back physical badges, anything that can help meeting people you wouldn't expect outside of the speakers. It's easy to identify speakers because they're on the panels, but there are so many great people around here that would be harder to detect outside of those formal occasions. That would be my request to the organizers.
Last speaker, point form as quickly as you can. I'm so sorry about that.
No worries, thank you. Wow, what an eventful week. I'm really thankful, number one, to Mr. Winton, TCP/IP, and now IGF, and we all are benefited. On the other hand, I would be very thankful to the Norwegian government and the IGF organizers. It is such an information-loaded and overloaded platform, and I wish it will continue. It was fourth of mine with some gaps. And in the last, I will just give my introduction. My name is Asim Adil, and I'm a digitalization consultant, especially in the area for digital for development, working for German Development Corporation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, thank you. We'll go to the chairs quickly for any final words. Carol, no? No? Vint, any final?
So I had to unmute. Well, I took copious notes. I hope everyone else did. This was a super useful discussion. Thank you so much. I'm looking forward, of course, to next year in the hope that WSIS Plus 20 will tell us that we should continue our work.
Yes. Thank you very much, Vint. And he speaks for us all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Those of you who didn't make it, can you just please send us your comments and we'll post them on the website. Thank you. They're just now going to prepare the stage for the final, for the closing ceremony. Thank you.
are proud hosts of the IGF. I hope that you all enjoyed your stay here at Lillestrøm and at this year's Internet Governance Forum. The multi-stakeholder model is crucial for keeping the internet safe, open and free to everyone, and these are key values to bring forward until the next IGF. I hope to see you again in Norway. I hope to meet you all again. Thank you for being here during these days.
Your digital self should belong to you, meaning the data that we humans produce, whether it's our writings or our voices or our connections, our experiences, our ideas, that these things should belong to us.
Values is the thing that drives everyone, and if we have good values, we can really push the multi-stakeholder model in every part of the world, creating a better society, creating a better opportunity for everyone.
Internet is contributing a lot, but there are certain risks, and this conference is very, very important because we should not repeat the mistakes of the past. We should learn from countries which have got a lot of experience, and I think UN and IGF, they have taken this initiative with the support of the Norwegian government.
Og jeg synes jo det er så bra at mennesker fra så ufattelig mange land kommer hit sammen for å diskutere problemstillinger med ulike perspektiver. Men det er imponerende å se hvor mye folk det er og hvor godt organisert det hele arrangementet.
And this is the opportunity for us to now share our ideas, tell people about our countries, the challenges that we come across regarding internet governance. So it's been beautiful.
And welcome to Music Night, where we can relax and strengthen the bonds of friendship that we have created at the IGF.
And this is a great way to just get the community involved and for people to have a slightly different view on life.
The most important thing with IGF is that you meet people who are like-minded to discuss with you what is really the future of an inclusive internet. Everybody in the world, everywhere in the globe should have access to the internet. This is what I believe internet is everybody right.
It is important that leaders come together with clarity in understanding, but also clarity in how we build solutions and share these solutions so that they can be reused and we can use them to bridge the gap between governments and citizens all over the world.
It is important to see AI as more than just another tool. It is a platform for transformation, one that will impact virtually every sector of our economy and every part of our society.
Hvordan holder du på kompetansen, domeneekspertisen, hvis du har AI-verktøy? Hvordan motiverer du folk? Hvordan insentiverer du folk til å fortsatt lære? Vet vi hvordan vi skal håndtere såkalt de-skilling, altså det at man overlater mer og mer til maskinene og slutter å tenke selv.
It's always good to hear perspectives from different countries, from different policymakers, from different parts of civil society. I think we all ultimately share a vision for innovation to power growth and prosperity.
I think it's important that we have that kind of multi-stakeholder approach, that different experts and NGOs and industry, that they can participate also when we are speaking about such important things like digitalization and technology, which is very much shaping our everyday life. So I think it's important that we are also cooperating in a global scale in that kind of important topics.
Please welcome to the stage the Master of Ceremony, Natalie Becker-Arkovic, co-founder and storyteller at Thought Leader Global.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is wonderful to be back here. Hello to our guests in the audience and to those of you joining us globally online. A warm welcome to you. Thank you to Mr. Shengetai Misango and his esteemed panel, and to you, our members of the audience, for your valuable contributions and really helping us take stock and reflect on the week that was and is coming to a close today, IGF 2025, proudly hosted by Norway. I'm Natalie Becker-Arkovic, and I'll be your MC for this session. So we trust you've enjoyed the week of engaging talks and meaningful connections. And if you remember, we opened IGF with a grand artistic performance on Tuesday. So a throw forward at the end, at the closing of the session, we will send you off with a youthful hip-hop show, a dance show that's going to boost your mood and energy even more. So that's something to look forward to, so do stay with us. First of all, we will hear closing statements from different stakeholders. So I'd like you to kindly take your seats if you haven't yet, ladies and gentlemen. If you have, without further ado, please welcome IGF Leadership Panel Vice Chair and Nobel Prize Laureate, Ms. Maria Ressa.
I like that the panel isn't like really high and we could sit, we could stand. Thank you for being here today. As we close this remarkable gathering, it was fascinating to listen to the comments in the last panel. Please let us pause and remember why we're here. We're not just technologists, policymakers, journalists, or advocates meeting in one of our world's most beautiful cities. We're guardians of humanity's greatest information revolution since the printing press. But here's what Gutenberg didn't have to worry about. His printing press couldn't be weaponized by authoritarian governments to silence dissent in milliseconds. His books couldn't be algorithmically manipulated to spread hatred faster than wildfire. His readers weren't trapped in echo chambers designed to maximize engagement over truth. This is what we're dealing with. Yesterday on this stage, I said that the greatest challenge to the world today is to prove that the international rules-based order still exists and that impunity will end in the real and virtual worlds, because online violence is real-world violence. In the past few days, we've heard urgent calls to action. We've discussed the promise and peril of artificial intelligence, which is neither artificial nor intelligent. We've debated how to protect children online while preserving free expressions. We've wrestled with questions that would have seemed like science fiction just 2 decades ago. But please let me be blunt. We're not moving fast enough. We're still moving too slow. While we've been having important conversations, authoritarian leaders worldwide are using our platforms to rewrite reality. In my own country, in the Philippines, I've watched social media transform from a tool of liberation into a weapon of oppression. What happened to us is happening everywhere, from Myanmar to Ukraine, from Brazil to Hungary, from the UK to the United States. This moment is existential. And that is why the work you do, why what we do here matters. Not just for press freedom, you can throw that, though as someone who's been arrested and threatened for doing journalism, I can tell you that that does matter deeply, but it's for our societies, for democracy. We face 3 critical battles. 1, the battle for truth. When lies travel 6 times faster than facts, and that's a 2018 MIT study, it's gotten significantly worse. When deep fakes make you unable to tell fact from fiction, truth from reality, right? When micro-targeting can manipulate elections, we need to act. Platform accountability isn't censorship, far from it. It is safety. It is restoring democracy's immune system. 2, the battle for human agency. Algorithms that amplify our worst impulses, that reward outrage over empathy, that trap us in bubbles of our own biases, these are not inevitable. They're choices. We can choose different values. We can design for human dignity. Third, the battle for the future we want to live in. Will artificial intelligence augment human potential or replace human judgment? Will digital rights be universal or a privilege of the wealthy? Will the internet serve humanity or will humanity serve the internet? Norway, you have shown us what's possible. Your commitment to transparency, your investment in digital literacy, your protection of press freedom, these aren't just Norwegian values. They're human values that the world desperately needs. But we cannot solve these challenges nation by nation, platform by platform, crisis by crisis. The internet, we know, knows no borders. Disinformation knows no borders. Our response must know no borders as well. I've seen what happens when we fail. I've watched democracy die in real time, one viral lie at a time. But I've also seen what's possible when we act with courage and conviction. Young people are leading climate action despite their government's failures. Journalists are finding new ways to tell the truth despite unprecedented attacks. Citizens are demanding accountability despite powerful interests trying to silence them. The future isn't written in code. It's written by the choices you in this room, by the choices we make, all of us together. So as we leave Oslo, please, let's not just exchange our business cards and make our LinkedIn connections. Let's make commitments. Let's hold ourselves accountable. Let's remember that every algorithm reflects human values. Every platform policy shapes human behavior. Every governance decision impacts human lives. The internet belongs to all of us. You've seen that in the paper that the IGF has pushed out. It's on our website. Our governments, our societies, the goodness of humanity, that also belongs to all of us. The future is being created now, and it will be a future we want if you fight for it. Tusen takk, Oslo. Thank you for reminding us that another world is possible and that together we can build it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maria Ressa, for sharing your contribution and your powerful message with us. And now we would like to welcome Ms. Baroness Maggie Jones, Minister for the Future of the Digital Economy and Online Safety of the United Kingdom. Baroness, the floor is yours.
Well, what inspirational speech, Maria, and a very, very hard act to follow. But ministers, excellencies, and colleagues, let me begin by expressing my sincere thanks to our hosts, the Government of Norway, and to the IGF Secretariat for their outstanding organisation and warm hospitality. This has been a forum of real substance, and it's been a privilege to be part of the United Kingdom taking part here. Over the past few days, I've been fortunate to meet so many thoughtful and committed stakeholders, and I'm deeply grateful for the rich conversations I've had, conversations that have reinforced just how essential the Internet Governance Forum is to the future of digital cooperation. The WSIS framework has delivered real results. It's helped connect billions, supported sustainable development, and provided a flexible, enduring structure through the action lines. But we must now ensure it's ready for the future. And we must recognise that there's still a long way to go to get the unconnected connected. The Global Digital Compact gives us a strong foundation. The WSIS Plus 20 review is our opportunity to build on that, to integrate, not duplicate, to align, not fragment. And the IGF must be central to that vision. A permanent mandate would allow for deeper engagement, longer-term planning, and more inclusive participation. We also hope to see stronger recognition of national and regional IGFs, which are vital in surfacing local priorities and community voices in the important years to come. So let's leave Lillestrøm today with renewed purpose. We encourage all of you here to engage in the WSIS Elements paper and to participate through the WSIS ongoing consultations. Let's continue to commit to a digital future that is open, secure, and inclusive. And let's ensure that the IGF continues to be the place where the future is shaped. Together, thank you.
Thank you so much, Baroness, for your contribution and for your message. And ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, and just to our speakers, thank you so much for keeping within your 4-minute time slot. We truly appreciate it. We've got a great program here, and we want to so much hear these powerful closing messages, and of course, get to that hip-hop show at the end. So, without further ado, I would like to introduce you to the Internet Architecture Board Chair member. His name is Mr. Dhruv Dowdy. Please join us on stage.
Hello. Just a clarification, I'm not the chair, I'm just a board member. But I'm Dhruv Dowdy. I'm from the Internet Architecture Board at the ITF, which is the Internet Engineering Task Force. It's a pleasure to be here with you, and thanks for giving me an opportunity to be a part of the closing remarks at this very successful IGF 2025 in Norway. Congratulations to everyone working to make this event such a success. As part of the technical community, which plays such a vital role in this multi-stakeholder model, we bring the expertise that keeps the internet running. We provide the core internet standards. We maintain the infrastructure. We provide grounding to the governance discussions to stay anchored in the real-world engineering and operational realities. The ITF itself is a voluntary standard organization that defines protocols for the internet from the very, very beginning, and we have developed thousands of standards for nearly 40 years now. These standards allow how computers and networks to interop with each other. This is how any device and any service can simply connect to the internet, and we get all the benefits for it. We are doing it right now by sharing audio and video over the internet using those core standards right now. ITF is a bottom-up, open, diverse, and a transparent organization. We bring together people from across the internet ecosystems. We have vendors, operators, civil society, governments, and many more who all come together with a single vision that we need to develop the best technical standards and enable innovations for all. The technical community, which includes ITF, Internet Society, ICANN, W3C, the various regional internet registries, the RIRs, the TLDs, the top-level domains, and many, many more. We all have a common championing for open, transparent, inclusive, diverse participation. And it's so good to see that the IGF has the same set of values. And we have to work together to make sure that we continue to uphold them and defend them as we face challenges. Having joined past IGF remotely, and I have attended the regional and the national forums in person, the APR IGF and India IGF in my case. This is my first in-person global IGF, and I'm so glad to make it on the site. The most fun thing was, of course, the music night, and it kind of gave me the impression that IGF is about its community, and I'm so glad to be a part of it. Being here in person also clearly gave an idea that this is such an important forum for not just communication, but real collaboration, for us to find clear pathways for us in technical community to be part of discussions in policy, and similarly, policy discussions coming in technical spaces. IGF is a very unique space. Here, I get to brush shoulders with diplomats, regulators, digital right advocates, technical experts, private sector leaders, civil society, academia, everybody engaging outside of their silos and trying to understand each other's perspective. But we all share a common commitment to the internet and its future. We all believe in its potential. We recognize that its governance will continue to evolve, and we need to be all engaged in the process until the internet reaches everyone, everywhere. This is why it would be of tremendous value if this forum gets a permanent mandate. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dhruv. Now I'd like to welcome a youth representative, a digital inclusion practitioner with the Africa Digital Inclusion Alliance. Please join me in giving a very warm welcome to Jacqueline Jijide.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, fellow youth, and champions of the digital world. My name is Jacqueline Jijide from Malawi, and I'm truly honored to speak before you today at the closing ceremony of my first ever Global Internet Governance Forum. I'm here because I believe in the power and the promise of this forum, a space meant to welcome diverse voices, especially youth. But my journey to this moment reminds us that access and inclusion remain far from equal. Let me share my story. Because Malawi does not process Schengen visas, I had to travel over 1,800 miles by bus to Pretoria, South Africa. My journey took 4 grueling days, including a breakdown on the way. I arrived in Pretoria with soaring legs, exhausted and determined to be here, determined to be heard. And I'm not alone. A young man from Cote d'Ivoire, Isaac, had to travel to Ghana to apply for his visa. It was only granted after the IGF had already begun. He boarded a flight, hoping to join us midway, but he arrived today. Why do I share this? Because the IGF is one of the few spaces where stakeholders, regardless of geography, are meant to have a seat at the table. Yet if participants from the global south must overcome such barriers just to attend this, then it's a challenge. Within these bureaucratic barriers, I wish to recognize the support from the host country, Norway, and their Minister of Foreign Affairs for the great support provided during the visa process. I came here with a fire in my heart to fight for digital equity. I stand for millions of young people in Malawi and across Africa who are still left behind, still disconnected, still waiting to be seen and heard in the digital world. I met the internet for the first time at university, and that later introduction changed my life. It gave me a purpose to become a voice and a bridge for others. Today, I proudly serve as a digital inclusion practitioner and trainer, having mentored over 10,000 young learners across Malawi and Africa, and I am an active member of Malawi Youth IGF and a Pan-African Youth Ambassador on Internet Governance, the 2025 Wisest Place Champions, shaping youth-led internet governance advocates across Africa. My work focuses on ensuring that youth, especially in rural communities, gain the skills, access, and confidence to use the internet safely and meaningfully. I support 16 government primary schools, helping young learners develop digital literacy, explore online learning, imagine futures where the internet becomes a tool for empowerment, not exclusion. Being here at IGF 2025 under the theme Building Digital Governance Together is a powerful reminder that grassroots work matters. This platform has opened doors, strengthened our networks, and amplified voices like me, and the voices of many more youth who deserve to be supported and seen. I'm deeply grateful to the UN IGF Secretariat for the finance support that made it possible for me and other youth delegates to be here. And my heartfelt thanks also goes to Bram Fuzulani Malawi, my mentor, and to Solin Asefa Payagi, Kenneth Insisia, and Victor Otieno of African Digital Inclusion Alliance, all of whom have helped me into the advocate I am today. As I conclude, let me also quote from Myers Muno, who once said, "The greatest tragedy in life is not death, but a life without purpose." I believe every young person deserves to discover their purpose, and a safe, open, and inclusive internet can help them to do just that. So today, I speak not just for myself, but for every young person who dreams of being connected, included, and empowered. Let us keep building digital governance together, and let us make sure no one is left behind. Thank you all for listening.
Jacqueline, thank you for so powerfully reminding us of the internet as a tool for empowerment, and importantly, as a reminder and link to our global goals of leaving no one behind. Thank you. Next, we have the chairman of the Telecom Authority in India, or TRAI, who is going to be delivering a presentation, a closing remark. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Mr. Anil Kumar Lahoti.
Good afternoon, ministers, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not giving a presentation, I'm just sharing my thoughts. It is the first time that Telecom Regulatory Authority of India has been invited to participate in the IGF. Thanks to this invitation, and having come here in this beautiful city of Lillestrøm, we find that IGF is a very good forum where the technical community, the civil society, the industry, governments, regulators, and the international bodies all come together to discuss and debate the issues in the growth of the sector and the challenges being faced in its operation. The forum provides a 360-degree view on the subjects discussed from the point of view of almost all the stakeholders involved or affected by the course that the policy or the developments in the sector may take. How important is it for a regulator from India to participate in this forum? India is home to 980 million internet subscribers, second largest in the world. The total traffic on internet is of the order of 35,000 petabytes per month, or over 30 GB, 30 gigabytes per user per month, which is rapidly growing. It shows the aspirational and progressive citizen of the country who are increasingly using the internet for their day-to-day lives. Today, over 98% of India's population is covered by 4G mobile coverage, and remaining population is also likely to get the coverage within next few months. India has also rolled out 5G network, fastest anywhere in the world, and today has the second largest 5G network. India is also executing probably world's largest program of fiber connectivity to the villages called BharatNet. Under this program, $5 billion have already been invested connecting over 214,000 gram panchayats, that is, cluster of villages. In the phase 3 of this program, almost $16 billion has been planned to be invested with the objective of connecting remaining 50,000 gram panchayat and providing ring connectivity to build redundancy in the fiber connectivity, and also to eventually connect each of the more than 600,000 villages in the country with fiber. The high usage of internet in India is significantly enabled by one of the lowest cost of data in the world, which is $0.11 US per gigabyte. In this expansion and penetration of internet in the country, TRAI or TRAI has played a key role over the last 28 years or so. TRAI follows a transparent, multi-stakeholder consultative process in formulation of its policy recommendations and regulations. This robust multi-stakeholder consultative process has enabled TRAI to lay down policies and regulations that equitably take care of concerns of different stakeholders in the value chain while protecting the interest of the consumers as well as the industry. We find IGF provides a right and very good platform to share best practices, exchange ideas, discuss solutions to emerging challenges, and debate, evaluate pros and cons of multiple viewpoints with multiple stakeholders from multiple countries across the world. A wide range of issues have been discussed in multiple parallel sessions during this week, which include issues related to access, artificial intelligence, privacy, emerging technology, digital public infrastructure, human rights, equality, safety, and security, to name a few. In such forums, we can certainly learn from each other. And to cite a few examples, India's story of digital public infrastructure, unified payment interface, direct benefit transfer, and the trinity of unique ID linked with mobile number and bank accounts are some things which many countries are already studying to address similar challenges being faced by them. India executes over 640 million digital payment transactions per day, which accounts to nearly half of the world's total number of digital financial transactions by number. In the health sector, India has successfully implemented monitoring of complete vaccination program for each individual right from the birth, utilizing the benefits of internet technology. Open network digital commerce is enabling democratization of e-commerce with over 770,000 merchants already on board. These are just few examples which can be shared by India with others, while in this process learning from others. For the future, again to name a few, India is already working on its AI mission, which will enable homegrown AI trained on local data. It has enacted a comprehensive modern Digital Personal Data Protection Act to address privacy concerns. As we prepare for the future, this forum provides opportunity to learn from other countries and stakeholders on challenges which remain unresolved or are arising afresh, and the multiple dimensions that need to be addressed. I take this opportunity to thank UN DESA and the Government of Norway to enable TRAI to participate in this very useful and productive event, and for making the excellent arrangements for the forum dialogue. I also thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my views in this closing ceremony. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lahoti, for your contribution and for your kind message as part of the closing remarks. I would like to welcome now Justice Vice President of the Court of Cassation of Egypt, Mr. Adel Majid. A warm round of applause. Thank you.
Before I begin, allow me to express some feelings, as a matter of fact. I really appreciate my colleague who preceded me in this podium, because each one of them has spoken from his heart or her heart. Miss Maria Ressa, you know, I told you, I remember how many times I watched you on the CNN? And I know how did you suffer in your road to achieve justice for the press. Have you suffered in your road to achieve freedom of expression? And I think you need another applause. Let me also pass my gratitude to my sincere colleague and remarkable colleagues at the IGF Secretariat who facilitated my participation in this distinguished international forum, particularly in the judicial engagement session, and this is what I am going to address afterwards. It has been a truly enriching experience to hear from a wide range of stakeholders, especially those working at the forefront of the digital field, and to exchange perspectives on the legal frameworks needed to guide and regulate their work. These discussions revealed a shared understanding. In the digital age, responsibilities and obligations do not rest solely on good governance. They also require justice. And justice can only flourish where the rule of law prevails. Throughout the forum, I participated in several sessions that addressed with colleagues from diverse backgrounds the most effective modalities to combat misinformation, disinformation, cyber crimes, especially exploitation of children and hate speech. There was a broad consensus that holding perpetrators accountable required well-crafted legislation implemented by judges equipped with sufficient technological expertise. I firmly believe that the legal dimension, and in particular, the active engagement of the judiciary, can meaningfully advance the overreaching goals of the IGF. I therefore respectfully propose that the judiciary track, which has already emerged as a promising and necessary component of the forum, be expanded in both scope and depth. In future editions, judicial engagement should not remain peripheral. Rather, it must become a core pillar of the IGF deliberations, promoting dialogue, capacity building, and international cooperation. A judiciary that is informed and empowered and actively engaged is essential to safeguarding fundamental freedoms in the age of algorithms. Allow me to conclude by referring to a national initiative launched by His Excellency President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi in September 2024, titled, and I am stressing this, putting some emphasis on this, titled A New Beginning for Building the Egyptian Human. We really need, in this age, new beginning to build every person, to build the capacities, the awareness of all people around the world. The initiatives seeks to promote human development across all the sectors in the Egyptian society. I believe that raising public awareness about the benefits and risks associated with digital technologies, including artificial intelligence, is an integral part of this vision. In my view, awareness is a cornerstone of human development in the AI era. Those bad actors who seek to undermine and divide communities often do not need physical weapons. They only need to target and manipulate people's awareness. We still have a long road ahead, but the spirit of cooperation and shared commitment I witness throughout the forum gives me hope that digital technologies can be harnessed to serve the common good, anchored in the principles of good governance and, above all, the rule of law. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Justice Mr. Meyer. Thank you so much for your contributions, and thank you to all our speakers who have contributed their closing remarks, for your powerful messages, your insights, and your calls to action. Now, as we move to the closing ceremony of the IGF 2025, I would like to hand over the floor and the word to our host country, Norway. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to the Minister of International Development of Norway, Mr. Åsmund Grover Aukrust.
Excellencies, colleagues, dear delegates, an incredible week here at the IGF at Lillestrøm has come to an end. And it's my big pleasure, on behalf of the Norwegian government and myself, to thank all of you who had made this week possible. Over the past few days, there has been high-level panels, deep dive workshops, and lively discussions. We have covered everything from internet governance and cybersecurity to AI and the right of children and youth online. There's been a level of engagement and quality of this contribution has been so impressive. We have had the privilege of hearing voices from all sectors, from all regions, and from all generations, united by one common goal: breaking down silos and building digital governance together. Because we are here, because we know that only working together, we can ensure a digital future that remains open, safe, and sustainable. What we want for the physical world is also what we want for the digital world. A world with the terms of respect, inclusion, and human rights for everyone. We are in fighting inequalities. We must ensure digital inclusion. Investing in digital public goods is an important means to that end. And I, as a Minister for International Development, will do my part in contributing to narrowing the digital divide between wealthy and poorer countries and between different groups in developing countries. And I'm therefore very pleased that there has been so high-level participants from the Global South in this year's forum. And I completely agree with the voices we heard from Jacqueline from Malawi earlier on in this session, that there is so important with voices from the South, from the Global South on the table in these extremely important discussions, and especially for the youth. So I would like to thank all the youth and children voices in this, at IGF. They have been so important in raising so many important questions. Because we have as a goal to give all the children safe and inclusive digital services. Therefore, it's so important to also listen to the youth, not because they are the future, but because they are so important here and now. I would like, in the end, to thank the UN for entrusting Norway in the opportunity to host this important gathering. Let me extend my gratitude to the IGF Secretariat and the UN DISA for their work and very close collaboration that we have had with the Norwegian government. Let me also, from the government, thank the whole Norwegian team across ministries, agencies and private sector who has made this forum come together on record time. Looking ahead, I wish all of you the best. Looking ahead, I wish all of you the best as discussion continues towards the World Summit on Information Society +20. This is a defining year for global internet governance, and the reflection from this week will no doubt shape the road to New York in December. Lastly, to all of you who has joined us this past week, in person and online, I want to give my sincere thanks. Thanks to all that have contributed to workshops, panels, in the village, in the hallway discussions, and also what I heard on the dancing music nights. And thank also to everyone that helped to organize this important event and carry out this unforgettable week, including our very important partner, Medvind Event Bureau. My last word is to just again thank you all for coming here to Norway and to Lillestrøm. I wish you all a safe travel back home, and we look forward to continuing the important conversation that we have had here in Lillestrøm and in Norway. Because let's continue to working together for a better digital future for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Aukrust. We now welcome Lee Junhua, United Nations Under-Secretary General for Economic and Social Affairs, to the stage. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Excellencies, distinguished participants. As we conclude the 20th meeting of the Internet Governance Forum, I extended my heartfelt congratulations to all of you. On behalf of the United Nations, I offered my profound gratitude to our host, the government of Norway, and the excellent team for your warm hospitality and leadership. By welcoming all of us to Lillestrøm, you marked a historical milestone, the 20th anniversary of the IGF, and first ever in Scandinavia. What makes this truly remarkable is that you delivered this entire process in under 6 months, a feat that no IGF host has ever faced before. Your exceptional dedication has set a powerful example of the commitment to inclusive dialogue and multi-stakeholder cooperation. Over the past several days, under the theme Building Digital Governance Together, over 6,000 participants connected online, in addition to the 3,344 on-site delegates engaged in over 262 sessions, tackling today's most pressing digital challenges and opportunities. The collaborative spirit of the IGF was clearly amplified and augmented here in Lillestrøm over the past several days. The messages emerging from this forum are clear and bold. reflecting our shared aspirations and commitments. First, the WSIS Plus 20 review is our pivotal opportunity to shape a more inclusive, equitable, and sustainable digital future. We must seize it. Second, data governance rooted in human rights is essential for AI that advances both innovation and fundamental freedoms. We must uphold it. Third, ensuring safe and secure deployment of digital technologies is a shared responsibility for the global multi-stakeholder community. We must deliver it. I invite all of you to consult the IGF messages from Norway for further calls to actions. Indeed, the WSIS Plus 20 is the momentum to reflect on how far we have come since Geneva and Tunis, and more importantly, to envision the digital governance beyond 2025. As we looked toward the UN General Assembly review of the IGF mandate in December, we have a critical opportunity to reaffirm and re-energize the IGF's role as a global home for inclusive dialogue and digital policies. I urge all of you to remain proactively engaged here and beyond Yellowstone. The future of the IGF depends on your leadership, your energy, and your commitment. Let us carry the momentum from Yellowstone forward to ensure a successful outcome for the WSIS Plus 20 review, one that secures an open, safe, and inclusive digital future for all. To everyone who participated online or on-site, thank you for your visions and contributions. You made this year's IGF a resounding success. I look forward to our continued cooperation in the months and years ahead. For those returned to your home, safe journey to all of you. To our host country, to our host team, thank you so much. Tusen Dak.
Thank you, Mr. Lee Junhua, United Nations Under-Secretary General for Economic and Social Affairs, for those good wishes. For those of you who have traveled from far and wide, of course, a wonderful, wonderful and pleasant, safe travel back. But before we get there, we have some wonderful entertainment for you also. And also to thank you, Minister Aukrast. A big thank you also to the wonderful organizing teams who make everything happen behind the scenes. Minister Aukrast referred to Medvind and also the IGF team 2025 hosted by Norway, proudly beautiful Norway. It's been an honor serving as your MC and moderator as well for this week on behalf of Norway. So thank you so much, and thank you to you, the audience. Giving yourselves a warm round of applause. Thank you to you, the audience, for being engaged and engaging, for the questions that you've asked, also for our online audience joining from globally as well. So wonderful to have you in the house and to have you watching and engaging, also through your questions and contributions online. We truly appreciate it to make this a meaningful conversation and dialogue with actionable takeaways to continue the work. We hope you've had enriching experiences here, made great connections that will take the work forward, and been moved to action by what you've seen and heard, and also received the tools that you need for the journey. We are reminded also of the importance of the current generation of experts and leaders working with and for the next generation of experts and leaders, all working towards and for a digital, sustainable future. So in that spirit, let us close the meeting with a cultural performance. The Nordic African Live Band from the opening is back, and this time with 20 young hip-hop dancers from Substance Crew in Oslo, prepared by the IGF 2025 host country, Norway. So we invite you to enjoy the music and the energy. But before we get there, here are some highlights from the week. Thank you so much.
Yeah.